Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we are going to continue with our playthrough of the Outfall mod for the Talos principle. So last time we managed to finish the second of the three main worlds. That is assuming there isn't a fourth one once we finished up here. I say that because of course there's 4 buildings in the hub world, so we don't actually know what's in that final building. But yep, this is probably the last world. 2 more stars to get, 5 more puzzles, and then we do know there's going to be a little bit of extra content at the end of the mod. We just don't know what form that's going to take. Right, let's get into it. May as well start here, I don't see any reason not to. Bridge collapse. So we have a pressure plate. We have a fan with a detachable fan part. Ooh, the pressure plate does the fan. Ooh, I've never seen that before, I don't think. We have a pressure plate on the ceiling which will bring this force field down, so presumably turning the fan on will bring down the force field. So effectively this pressure plate here does the force field, just with 1 extra degree of indirection. The other thing I just noticed is that there does appear to be a minigun out there, judging by the laser sights. I can't quite make it out. I think it must be there, where the crosshair is now. Yes, I think it is. Okie dokie. Interesting. We appear to be in a graveyard. Oh! We get to most of the other puzzles in this world from inside this puzzle. That's interesting. And indeed, the game even starts with a item from one puzzle affecting another puzzle, it looks like. Oh no, bridge collapse must be part of must include this area here. Okay. Huh. There's a computer there. Why wouldn't I just go over and interact with it now? Oh no, it's not a computer, that's a recorder. Okay. Blimey. This is quite complex, isn't it? The setup, I mean. I haven't quite figured out yet what's being asked of us. I mean, presumably I can jump over that. Yeah. So maybe this force field only exists to cause the bomb to go back the other way? If it weren't being jammed? I don't know. Ah, this is out of the puzzle? Yeah, that's out of the puzzle. And there's another puzzle up this way. Okie dokie. Oh, interesting. The only slight problem is I'm not sure what I'm being asked to do here, because I don't see the goal. I don't see the computer the computer terminal we usually interact with at the end. Oh well, that's a thing. I just realised we can't travel through purple fields and have a recording stay up usually, can we? I wonder if that's the case here. No, it's not. Okay. That's important to note. Oh, okay. The puzzles aren't accessible from each other. They've just put signs inside a puzzle directing you to the other puzzles. Fair enough. Initially I thought this was a lot more complex than it appears to be. So what happens if I unjam, I should say, the exploding bomb? Okay. What happens if I allow the exploding bomb through here? Interesting. I wonder if bridge collapse is referring to what has already happened here, or something we're supposed to do. I mean, I'd be a little surprised if an exploding bomb could cause environmental damage. But I suppose you never know. Ah! No, I don't get it. I was just thinking, am I supposed to walk this exploding bomb over the collapsed bridge, get them to the other side, and then somehow walk them all the way round here to where the turret appears to be? Because exploding bombs will attack turrets, destroying both. That's a fine idea, but of course the exploding bomb wouldn't be able to go through the purple field, so that doesn't actually work. That's odd. Why are we not being targeted? Oh, it must be our height. Yes. That's odd. You can't usually get this close to these turrets. I wonder how they set the turret up so that it was... so that it had such a strange... Oh, they didn't give it a strange angle of operation. It's hanging limply like that because the same pressure plate that brings down the force field also brings up the turret. So by using the jammer, we've worked around that. Oh, and that's where we're supposed to be going. Interesting. How would we do that, though? Because we couldn't walk a jammer through here due to the purple field. And I don't see any cables coming off of this to any switches or anything. There's a switch there, to be fair, but it's on the wrong side. Doesn't look like we're supposed to go through from the other side either. How curious. I just realised we didn't do a proper perimeter check of this map, did we? Perhaps we'll do that after this puzzle. So how are these two parts connected? I probably could get the hovering bomb over here, you know? I don't know if the game can... I don't know if the game can create exceptions, though. Exceptions to the way purple fields work, so that they could say allow a hovering bomb through a particular purple field but not another. What I'm thinking is to get the hovering bomb over here, I would probably need to have my past self hold the platform above the head, then have my future self put the box on them, and they'd have to stand in the middle here and ferry the hovering bomb across. That would be so difficult though, because like for example this gap is much wider than one box. I suppose my past self would have to use the jammer to repeatedly jam the hovering bomb at a suitable moment. Well, it's the best idea I've got. I'm surprised it hasn't exploded yet. There we go. I think it may have had difficulty pathing to me then. Okie dokie. So what's the plan here? I suppose I start recording. I pick up the platform. And first things first, I need to have the box deposited on here. So I'll wait here a few seconds. Then we'll go around here. Wait here. I should probably be noting the times. So at 20 seconds I move. Then we'll go round. By 26 seconds I'm here. Then by, well, 33 seconds or so I'm here. So 20 seconds is the important one because that's when I move forwards. Since this gap looks too big to be spanned. Spanned in one go. Right, put that there. We go back this way. Wait. Oh, the past gem is still there. Okay. That's on me. Fair enough. Right, we just have to do that again, I think. I'll take that. We'll head over here. Wait here for a few seconds. Right, let's go back round. Right, so by 14 seconds we're here. Then at 20 seconds I'll move forwards. Then by 28 seconds we're here. Then by 35 seconds we're here. So it was 14 seconds I get over there, wasn't it? Oh, this isn't going to work well. Oh, okay, I don't have to do anything special to span the gap then. That's good to know. Okay, let's reset quickly. Okay, that makes this significantly easier. It means I don't need to pay attention to the timings all that much. Oh, wait, I need to be here, is it? Somewhere around here. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I just need to look at where my past self is actually standing. Okay, that should do. Excellent. Oh, did it just rebound off the box? I'm not sure it did actually. I think I just I think I was just a bit too quick to jam it again. Never mind. We'll get it this time, I'm sure. Right. I am worried it'll get this far and then it'll just rebound off the purple, but we'll have to see. Let's move this out the way just to be absolutely certain it's not going to become a problem. Actually, where would I put it? guess over here, well to the side, is the best I can do. Yeah, probably. Right. Wait here a few seconds. Wait here a few seconds. Wait here a few seconds. Oh, maybe the same pressure plate that brings down the force field and brings up the turret also brings down the force field, stopping us from getting to the computer terminal. That would make sense, wouldn't it? Pretty sure it's in the right place. Pretty sure that's in the right place. It hit something and bounced back. That's suboptimal. Did it hit the box there? I wonder. Okay, as a quick test... Hold on, where did the box end up? Where did the box end up? Oh, over here. Can I pull this up from down here? I'm guessing not. No. I'm just trying to think, where can I put this where it's definitely not going to collide with the hovering bomb on its journey? But I also need to be able to place it on my past self. I know what might work. And if I stand here, and then we go back. Will that do the trick? That'll do the trick. Okay, that's a better way to do it then. Alrighty. Fingers crossed we should have it this time. Yeah. I was just considering if there's anywhere better I could, if there's anything more useful I could have that jammer doing before I need it in the future. That is the past jammer, but I don't think so. Right. So wait here for a moment. Then we head over here. Then we head over here. Then we head over here. No. There we go. Oh, I wish I wasn't quite so far over. No! Oh, that's a shame. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Won't require us to reset or anything. Wait. I just had a thought. Where did I leave that? Jammer? It's not jamming anything, is it? No. No, no. We're good. Okay, carry on. Right, over here. Then over here. Then over here. Right, that should be good. No! So close. We'll get it. We'll get it. Right. Let's try that again. Right, I think that's good. Looks it. Good. Looks alright to me. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes! So they can make a... Wait, did it hit the jammer? I think it must have hit the jammer. No. Let's move this jammer right out the way then. So it probably follows the path round then. Oh, okay. No, that is correct, isn't it? This never did bring down that force field. I'm just thinking, my character probably needs to stand on this once the hovering bomb is past the threshold of this force field to activate the turret, because otherwise I'm not sure they'll target each other. Okay, I'm pretty sure we know what we're doing now. It's just a matter of actually implementing it effectively. Just wait here a few more seconds. Right, let's go. Excellent. That was close. Right, I think that's good. Oh, I think we got away with it. Bring down that force field. Yep, I think we're good. No, 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 no. I don't think this is disastrous as it looks. Because in principle... I can just put something in its way and it will... It should bounce back. And we established before that the recorder will work through that purple field, didn't we? What am I doing? That's not what I intended. Actually, there's a simpler way to do this, isn't there, without the need to use the recorder? Oh yeah, I should have... If I wanted to do it the way I was trying to do it there, I should have just recorded a bunch of time on the recorder. And then started playing it back. And then I've got 30 seconds in which I need to get to the jammer, move it in the bomb's way and get out of the way myself. That should work. Oh, I know why that didn't work. Good. Right, hold it there for the moment. The reason that didn't work was because it's not standing on this pressure plate that causes anything to happen over here. It's this pressure plate. So of course it didn't work. How am I gonna do that? How indeed? I have an idea. This isn't quite a solution to the problem. Or it may be. Will this work? Yes, it did work. Excellent. Yeah, I said it's not quite a solution to the problem because what I had realised was that I could trap the hovering bomb on the other side of this force field and then I wouldn't have to worry about getting too close to the hovering bomb or the hovering bomb turning around and leaving or anything like that again. But I hadn't quite got as far as figuring out that by jumping up and down I could cause it to attack the turret, but that did in fact work. So, excellent. How do I do the last little bit? I assume that when that's activated, this force field goes down. I can't see another... There's no obvious other way that this would work. I mean, I can do that. Oh, I guess I get my past self to stand on there. Ah, that's why the recorder works through the purple force field. This is making more sense now. I was thinking, it's all very well and good having a puzzle where you have a purple force field that hovering bombs can travel through and it's all very well having purple fields that don't terminate recordings and allow hovering bombs to travel through. But the only problem is there's nothing about the purple field over there which would, or indeed here, that would make you realise that it was an exceptional purple field. And in fact, if I recall correctly, the hovering bomb in the area where it spawns is right next to another purple field which it does bounce off of. Obviously this works as a puzzle, it's just that if you didn't already know that not all purple fields are the same, then you could get stuck for quite a while through no fault of your own. Oh, does my past self not activate the... That's interesting. Okay, my past self can activate... Why can't it activate that pressure plate? My past self can without a doubt stand on pressure plates, normally, because we've done it many times before. For some reason the interaction with the fan isn't working. As expected. Okay, I have another idea then. If that doesn't work. So we'll just build up a nice big buffer of time using the fast forwards button. And then we'll see if we can use the fan to lift the future fan piece and then use that instead of ourselves. Oh, it's not going to want me to drop it in a normal fashion. It's going to think that I want to place it. Okay, that doesn't work then. This last little bit's more challenging than I expected. Wait, where did the fan piece go? Quite sincerely, where did the fan piece go? I don't see how it could have gone anywhere. This is a sealed area. Hmm. Well, then I only have one other idea. I don't think this is going to work. I don't think that force field stays down for long enough. Sorry for the flashing images there. It'll be interesting to see if my past self can activate this now. They can. Huh. I'm pretty much out of ideas then. Short of getting a jammer up there somehow. Could I jump over the side here? Possibly. Yes, that is down, so I wouldn't be trapped. This is probably the most promising point. Nearly. Yes. Okay. That's by no means a solution on its own. Ooh. I take it that river's too deep for our character to survive in. Otherwise, presumably... Oh, maybe not. Possibly, but maybe not. I just noticed there's a gate down there that's also... Or a grating down there that's also stopping us from going through there. Interesting to have the level split this way, though. Or the world split this way. Such that we would need to... enter a puzzle to get to the other side. Yeah, that does appear to be the case. I'm a bit short of ideas, to be honest. If I could get the jammer into this section, then I could always jam this to get back out if another exit didn't reveal itself. Okay. So I suppose the next question is there any way I can leave the area with the jammer? I could probably make it over there, but that only leads me to a different part of the same puzzle. That looks like too far to jump. Could I stand here? I can. And from there and there... Okay, I think I see a solution. I'd be very surprised if this was the intended solution, mind you. But equally, I'm not entirely sure what the intended solution was supposed to be, nor am I convinced it's necessarily working. I can't help but think that I was supposed to have the fan piece not despawn, and then use that to cause my character to... my past self to open the way for my future self. Whoa, 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 that was close. I got it the first time when it didn't matter if I made a mistake. There we go. Ah, close. No. Let me out. Let me out. That's a problem. That is a problem. Not quite sure how I'm going to deal with this. I know what might work. Oh no, that won't work, so I can't stack past boxes on future boxes, can I? I'm trying to think, how would I get the box up here? Oh, I know how to get the box up here. So stand here a moment. Then ferry the box over here. Right, that should do it. How about here? That'll do. Ew. Not ideal, is it? No, 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 no. That's suboptimal. Okie dokie. No, 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 no. Oh. I take it I can't go up this way, can I? Doesn't look like it. Oh well. Oh dear. Not my day, is it? Interesting. Maybe I should be doing a running jump to get some distance there then. Like, over here. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We'll try that then. Thank you, me. Right, over here. Place it down. Yeah, I reckon that should work. Up we go. Over we go. Yes! Progress. I wonder if I even need to head in there. Or whether I can get the angle I need from outside. Probably not due to the fences. Okay, that's fine. We know we can... Ooh, we know we can head in this way. Because we've done it before. There we go. That goes down and we've done it. def_pt01.txt. That's probably 0.1. Okay, we've got some ASCII to transliterate. There we go. So 44656174. Two oh one nine. 2019. Could that actually be the date? I think that's quite likely. But I'll input it as two separate values anyway, just in case. I don't remember what the ASCII value of 19 is for. Oh, it's behaving like it thinks it should have been an apostrophe. Interesting. Even though it isn't an apostrophe. So we have death is life's ending. The ending of life is itself potentially ambiguous. On one hand, it might be a process wherein our lives are progressively extinguished until finally they are gone. On the other, it might be a momentary event. This event might be understood in three ways. First, it might be the ending of the dying process, the loss of... And now we have some more ASCII. The very last trace of life. So the loss of the very last trace of life. Error. Some have wondered whether the fact that death deprives its victims of the goods of life is sufficient for death to be a genuine misfortune, or if its victims, then error, and then that same code we keep seeing over and over again. Percentage W5, percentage E25. And god.txt. Okay, that also has some ASCII. Philosophers often describe God as perfect being, a being that possesses all possible perfections. So it is all-powerful, all-knowing, immutable, perfectly good, perfectly simple, and necessarily existent, among other qualities. This way of understanding God's nature is the source where was I? 7.5. Wait, where was I? 6963. Of much contemporary theological discourse. Oh, I must have typed something wrong. How did I manage that? I don't know. So that's where the space was. So that should be L. I just did 6.1 before that. Oh, that would be A. 6.3, 6.9. Huh. I'm sure I made a mistake somewhere. Oh well, we know what it was supposed to say anyway. The problematic character of the self in early modern philosophy has now become a dogma of physicalism. This essay assesses the status of selfhood in several prominent philosophers and contends that only a theistic metaphysics can support the reality of our experience of selfhood. The metaphysics on offer is perfect being theology. The metaphysics on offer is perfect being theology. Oh, I see. The perfection of God implies God's absolute trustworthiness. Read more. Link in unaccessible? Shouldn't that be inaccessible? Anywho. And we can leave. Wonderful. Success. Right. So yes, let's do our little perimeter check. See what's around. Oh, we can actually reach this building then. I saw this building in the distance. Ooh, that's where one of the stars is. That's good to know. I was going to say, I could see this building in the distance and I wasn't sure if we were going to reach the limits of the accessible map or not before we got there. A few more quaint little buildings behind a puzzle. That's a different entrance to the same puzzle, it looks like. A hammer? I don't remember... Oop. I don't remember seeing a hammer before in this game. I remember the axe. I wonder what one does with a hammer. I mean, this is a substantial hammer, isn't it? More like a sledgehammer. So I don't think this is for hammering nails in. I suppose it could be used for hammering spikes. Oh, no worries, Jenny. Have a wonderful night. Oh. Well, that was easy. I think it's just a reskinned axe from the base game. Wonderful. Just a second. Oh, thank you, Jenny. Right, what else do we have in the vicinity? That's another puzzle. With another turret. Boo. Right, can't go any more that way. I wonder if the final star's over on that side. So we know about that puzzle. Oh, there are two puzzles down here. That might make sense. I was trying to think about how many puzzles we know are left and how many we know the location of. That's another puzzle, so that's a second one, possibly third. And then there's the other one across the river. That would only bring us up to 3, unless that one is in fact 2 puzzles. So it probably is. Right, there we go. Other side of the river. Oh, nope, nope. Not allowed any further along there. Interesting. Very interesting. A gargoyle with a pot of flowers. I suppose that's a vase, with a vase of flowers. Interesting. Still not seen any sign of the other star, but that's nothing to worry us yet. Obviously, by their very nature, they're usually hidden. And often not very visible, so... Well, I suppose one sort of implies the other, doesn't it? So until we've completed all the puzzles, I wouldn't be all that worried by the fact that we don't know where all the stars are. Lighthouse, fans and connectors, okay. So we have a red destination point, a blue source, 2 connectors. Force field that leads to another area. It's not entirely clear how I get past here. Is that a switch? I think it is. That probably turns the force field off. Another connector. So that's all we know that's on the other side here that we might want. Not clear how we'd get here though, unless by fan. What else do we have? Blue destination point, red source. Another area back here. Oh, that's the end. So getting the blue to here means we've finished. Okie dokie. Hopefully that can be arranged. I'm a little dubious as to whether I'll be able to get the red to where it needs to be in just 2 connectors. No, maybe actually. Blimey, we can. Just about. But what's the value in that on its own? Oh, I didn't mean to send it there. I meant to send it there. Yes. That's going to be a problem. That will get the fan working, which will probably take us over the tower and then into that area, I would guess. Although that's quite a high trajectory to go up all that way and back down again. That is to say, we'd be moving a lot more vertically than horizontally. Anywho. Alright. Okay. That's about the best I can do there. Oh. Can I just? Oh, it's gonna be a challenge. It's almost like this tree has been put here specifically to stop what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to work. Wait, oh, I'm missing a obvious trick here, aren't I? I don't think I was supposed to move that connector to begin with. That's been placed there deliberately so I can use it like so. Yes. And now I should be able to... Whoa. Yep, indeed. That seems to be what we're doing. Then I can pull that. And pick that up. Excellent. The next bit's a bit more of a mystery. Since I'm probably going to need 3 connectors to get the blue round here. But I could only have the blue if the red was already connected up. That is a mystery. I know I can just about do the red in using 2 connectors, because we managed it before. But I doubt I can... Ooh, do you reckon being able to see around here I might be able to do it in 1? Nah. No chance. If I had one more connector, I could do this. Actually, this is a lot more doable in one than I thought it would be. Did I connect that up the wrong way? I think I did. Yes. Now the only problem is elevation. I don't suppose I can put it on here, can I? No. What about here? That might work. Oh, I think that's done it. That wasn't too bad. Cats.doc. So we've got that strange sequence again. Percentage W5, percentage E27. A liquid is traditionally defined as a material that adapts its shape to fit a container, yet under certain circumstances, cats seem to fit this definition. What cats show clearly is that determining the state of a material requires comparing two time periods, the relaxation time and the experimental time, which is the time elapsed since the onset of deformation initiated by the container. For instance, it may be the time elapsed since a cat stepped into a sink. Conventionally, one divides the relaxation time by the experimental time, and if the result is more than 1, the material is relatively solid. If the result is lower than 1, the material is relatively liquid. Oh, looks like an Aurora Borealis or Aurora Australis. Anywho, let's keep going. So we have a recorder, and there are going to be connectors and switches, interestingly. So it's easy to see how using a recorder I could get over there. Why I would want to is less clear. Okay, so we have red and blue sources, and we have at least a connector. That's where we want to get to. Where does that take me? That takes me back out here. Interesting. Huh. This must do more than one thing. I can't imagine I would ever want to activate a turret for its own sake. I suppose except maybe to get rid of a hovering bomb. Right, I'll give myself plenty of time to explore the other side. Perhaps a minute. Well, nearly a minute. Thank you. Oh, there's a connector here. Wow. Probably shouldn't be walking on all the graves, should I? Ah, that must do this force field. And the blue does that force field. Ah, this is starting to make sense now. So that probably goes there, and that's why there's a hole in the wall at that point. So in theory... I don't know what's on the other side, do I? I was going to say in theory, to do this I just need to get the blue where it needs to be. And... oh, the switch does this as well. Interesting. What was I saying? I just need to get the blue where it needs to be and have this pressed down. So what am I thinking? My past self needs to stand here. My future self needs to swap this around, so the blue... that's not ideal. Okay, let's go correct that quickly. Oh, blast. That's my fault. Don't know what I was thinking. There we go. So that needs to go here for now. Yeah, that seems sensible. Thank you. Right, so my past self needs to go over here. Probably wait there for a second while my future self sorts out the connectors. That could be a problem though. Because the red's going to want to cross the blue. Yeah, that is going to be a problem. I can see how if I move the connector back to where it was before, I might be able to connect up the blue and the red at the same time, but that would require one more connector than I have. So here's the problem. The red has to be connected up so that my character can walk through here. It's holding this shield up. Sorry, it's the opposite. It's suppressing this force field. That's what I meant to say. Now, it's true to say my future self could take this connector. But if my future self takes the connector... then there's still going to be a connector there. There's going to be a past connector there. So that's not going to stop the beam from existing. Just to clarify, what I mean is if I was recording and sent my character through here, had them hold that, and then my future self came along and took that down. Okay, yes, we don't want the turret firing at us, so perhaps I'd have to wait here a few seconds and then stand on there. But still, the idea being that my past self could pass through here while the force field is down, and then my future self could pull the connector out. In fact, my past self could pass through a force field if there wasn't one when the recording was taken. But all of that is moot for the reason I just specified, which is that the blue and the red beams need a path that doesn't cross. Actually, it's worse than that, isn't it? This is a terrible angle for the blue. I'm going to need two connectors to connect this up. Probably a pass one and a future one. But how could my past self get in here to be standing on this while the red isn't connected up? I just want to check the other side quickly. Again. Yeah, there's nothing else here I'm missing, is there? Doesn't look like it. There's no sources I've missed or anything? No. Huh. How curious then. What if this was connected up to both of these? No, not quite. Nearly. No, that won't quite work. I was thinking, what if this was connected up to both of these and then I used the future connector to change which of the two sources was going to it. The problem with that plan is that my past self wouldn't be able to get in here unless this connector was already connected up to the red. And if it's already connected up to the red, then passing blue to it in the using the future connector isn't going to work. I suppose what I'm saying is my past self only has access to one connector, not two. That's not true. There's the connector over here. That must be what I'm missing. I effectively have 4 connectors at my disposal, but one of them I'm going to have to carry through. Ah, this is making sense now. Okay. Yeah, we can make this work. Then this connects up here. Here, I guess. Then one of the future connectors is going to go here, and the other one is going to go round and be on the other side. Now, what is my past self going to be doing? They're probably just going to be standing here for a few seconds whilst my future self sets up the connectors how they need them, and then they're going to be standing on this, and that's going to be their existence. Except, how is my future self going to get through here? So no, that doesn't work. My future self will presumably be standing around here then for a few seconds. Sorry, my past self will presumably be standing around here for a few seconds while my future self sets up the connectors. And then they'll let future me through, and then they'll go around and hold that down. That makes sense. This is actually quite straightforward now I think about it. At least I think it is. I may change my mind. I think this ladder must exist here then for the sole purpose of making sure that the player has a way out of this little alcove if playback ended and suddenly they didn't have a red beam going to that red destination point. Wait, did I remember? I don't think I remembered to. I'm not sure I remembered to do the force field. Let's do that now. Wonderful. I definitely remembered this time. So, just build up a nice big time buffer. I'll tell you what, we'll also do the force field again on the way back. Just in case something's gone wrong, so that our future self has a way back without resetting. Okie doke. Right. Playback. My job here is to get the blue connected up, like so. That should work. And to grab this. Now I need to wait here. In a moment, my past self should let me through. Any moment now. There we go. Now in theory I should be able to get blue through here and connect that up. Excellent. I hadn't anticipated that. Huh. I'd need another connector to do that. But all the connectors I currently have are in use. Unless I could find a way to connect the blue up with one less, which I don't think I can. And my past self can't get in here. So it's not like I could reuse the connector that was being used for the red. Unless I made that one of the... No, that has to be one of the connectors that's set up in the past. Hold up. I should take this back with me, shouldn't I? I guess it's not the end of the world. As long as my future self got through here, I could always use the recorder to get access this area again. Oh. Oh well. Yeah. Pretty sure the blue's gonna take at least 3. That would get me here. But there's nothing in here, is there? I suppose there might be a computer up against this wall. That's the only thing I can think. I mean, the game did seem to think there were 2 puzzles here, didn't they? Or I suppose there might be a switch that brings down this or something? I don't know. I suppose what I'm questioning is what am I actually trying to achieve here? Is trying to get the blue connected up there even the right thing to be attempting? Right. Just thinking about the angles here, how would I even do it without another connector? That's interesting. I do, don't I? Do I have an angle on the blue there? Would that work? I feel like there should be a fence in the way. Yeah, there would be. Yeah, that doesn't work. I mean, strictly speaking, my past self could move the red connector temporarily and then put it back. But I don't think that's gonna work. I wonder if I go around the other side, I can see... Oh, there is a computer there. Okay. Then that is definitely what I'm attempting to do. Alrighty then. How though? How? It's the same old problem that No, I can see a way I could strand myself in here. With a connector if I wanted. That's all I'd need to do. Grab that. And then my past self would have access to a connector they could do whatever they like with. But this would only work if they could somehow set this up to transport the blue. But the red force field has to be down for that. So that doesn't work. Interesting that there's two openings here as well. Plus, I could probably go diagonal if necessary. So the initial problem I was looking at was the problem that my past self needs to be in here to get things to be able to hold that force field down, and that force field on the other side has to be down. But that means that one connector is always taken up sorting out the red so that they have a way in. So technically we could set it up so that we effectively free that connector, but then it's trapped on the inside with my past self, which isn't much help. We checked several times, didn't we? There's no clever angle where I can do it in fewer, is there? No, the problem was, as we originally had it set up, there were 3 connectors being used on the far side, and only one over here. And that one had to be placed on the other side of that opening, or possibly the other opening if we could find a slightly different way to connect things up. But that means it can only connect here. It can't go round the corner. Would need another connector free to make that happen, which would only leave me 2 connectors over here that I could work with. But I can't. The angle doesn't exist for the blue to be transferred in only one. The blue is going to need at least 2 connectors over here, but then that doesn't leave me any connectors to get my past self in here with. I don't think I can swap this around and have my future self do this side either. Even if I found a way to get the connectors over there, which I probably could do actually, using a recording. If I just let playback end, they would be over there. So I could probably get them in position over there. Maybe. I don't know, the far one would be difficult. But even if I could, my past self wouldn't be able to get to the computer, and that's what we're trying to do, so that wouldn't help. I could have something remotely holding that down. Although that obviously creates problems for me. Then I wouldn't need to keep the red up, but I wouldn't have access to any more connectors if I used any additional connectors if I used a connector to hold that down. I can't help but notice the force field here. I feel like this must be necessary somehow, perhaps to give me protection against the turret. That said, there's no ladder to get through here without exposing myself to the turret. Oh dear, who puts a source on a gravestone? I must have to have a turret there. And a turret? Sorry, a connector there. Which means I must have a connector over there. So 2 connectors are on that side. I don't see how it's remotely possible without it. So 2 connectors are over there. That means I only have 2 connectors over here. The blue can be done in just 1, so the blue's done in 2, so the red isn't connected, but this is being held down. How? My future self might be able to change it. No, they couldn't. No, they couldn't. that were there, and that were here, no, I can't get away with that. Neither one of the two connectors that connect to the source can be connected up at this point. But that means that my past self can't get in. Oh, that must be the puzzle we get, which where the the terminal outside says access denied. Every world we've been to so far has had one puzzle where you're blocked from entry and it says access denied, and you have to use a jammer to get in. What was this one called again? Crossing parallel. Well, parallel would imply I have two lasers going either way, which seems unlikely. Crossing would imply they're not parallel. The thing is, the red is completely self-contained on this side. It would be different if the red receiver was on the other side. So I don't see why I'd ever want to make them cross. This is quite a lot of space they've given me back here, isn't it? I don't think that's significant though. No matter what, I'm only going to have control of two connectors in the future, because that's how the way the game works. I can't pass a beam through here, because at any point there will always be at least one force field in the way. If I could get into this bit, I might have some additional options. Not sure I would though, actually. Presumably this goes down when I get to the end. Thing is, if I stranded myself in here with a connector, not only is it the case that I wouldn't be able to get the blue through here, which would defeat a lot of the point of it, I couldn't even get out with the connector to connect it elsewhere. The most I could do is put the connector on there and then climb out that way. but having my past self free isn't helpful on its own. I just had a thought. I wonder, when that has power, do you think that also brings this force field down? That would change things. That would then make it worthwhile to have a connector holding the force field down, and then I go back for it. But there's no indicator that that's how this puzzle works. There's no cables, for example, from that destination point to that force field generator, and in fact its positioning also implies it only does that one. Hang on. My past self could put a connector there, couldn't they? My future self could then connect up the red and then the blue. But what's the point? Because the red has to stay up in that scenario. Just to let the blue through. And I don't think my past self could leave a connector... could have no connectors on the inside with them and then be on the inside. The solution candidate I just described there would only be useful if the puzzle worked the way I was just questioning. If sending power there also brought that force field down, then what I just described would be part of the solution. I think. Oh no, it wouldn't, because I still couldn't get the blue through. No, that wouldn't work. It's almost like I want to send the blue through this way without the red being up. If I gave up a connector, I could do that. Because my future self could set this up using a connector on the inside. They might have trouble getting out though safely. But then you're in the same... Then you've got the same problem as before, that you can't... The blue's been placed in such a way that you need to use 2 connectors on this side. Which means with 1 connector here, you'd only have 1 more for the other side, and then you can't solve the puzzle. The whole question we're butting up against is how do we get 2 connectors over this side and still have the other side in a... in a convenient configuration. Crossing parallel. Hold on. I could cut off the red remotely. But what's the value in that? A very good question. Because I could turn this from a red to a blue. It's the priorities again. This connector is 1 from the source. This connector is 1 from the source. But when we send the blue over here, it's 2 from the source. So the red wins. But if I had another connector... Hold on, let me change the position of this slightly. Here maybe? No. Ooh, this does get interesting. I need to set one up here, don't I? Like so. So it's visible from the other side. Then I can take this one and connect it up to there. Oh, come on. I know this is possible because I've done it before with just the blue. Ah. That's the problem. Reset. Where was I? I don't have the other connector yet. But I think we are onto something here. Right. Put that there. Hope this works. Oh, this is going to be challenging. There we go. No! No, yes, that is working. That's working as intended. Now, in principle, I'm not going to do it because this would... I can't do it this way because the red's going down, so I need that... the force field here to stay up. Okay. In which case, I need to set up the red over here. That's doable. All I need is for it to be in a position where a straight line can connect it through those two openings to the other side. Excellent. Now that goes there. We'll say here, I guess. Actually, I need to break that, don't I? That's not going to work. Yeah, so the basic idea here is I'm still trying to work out the nitty-gritty details, but the basic idea here is that were this to be interrupted, then it would become blue. And I could then send blue through there. And I can't see any reason in principle why I couldn't, say, connect up a connector on this side, both to this connector and to that connector, in such a way that this connector breaks the signal, and then this one sends blue over. Maybe I don't want it to go through straight. Maybe I want it to come out at more of an angle like that. Yeah, that's possible, isn't it? Alright, for my own benefit, let's examine this on the other side. Actually, if I'm going to do that, why don't I have it actually properly set up on this side? Since my future self can always take a duplicate of any of the connectors. So I'm thinking something like that. Right, give my future self a few seconds. Then give them quite a few seconds to try setting things up and different variations and what have you. In fact, I'm not expecting this to work this time, but in principle there's no reason I couldn't. If I were fortunate and I were able to make the correct type of connection on that side, then there's no reason in principle why this attempt couldn't turn into actually doing it. Because that's what it comes down to. It's getting the positioning of those two connectors that are currently over there right. What am I doing? That goes back. And we go over here, grab that. Send that over here. Go over here, grab that. Go over here. I may not have given myself enough time to grab both. No, I did just. Grab that. Go back. Phew. Right. I can see the problem I'm going to run into. I don't have an angle on the blue one. I probably should have set that up beforehand. I can send a signal through here though. The question is... Oh, it can't be the solution this time because of course I didn't bother doing the... I didn't bother holding down the pressure plate over there. Unfortunately, this hasn't turned into a very good test. Uh-oh. Reset. Right, so the question is... Were I to try and connect to that on the other side, would it go through there? Probably not, it would probably cut that one off. And the more I move it over this way, the worse that's going to be. Yeah, you can see actually, since on the other side I would, or since the signal from the beam from the other side would be travelling through here approximately, you can see that if I were to connect up to both these connectors, this connector's beam would go through there, which is no good. This is a problem because I need... Using this type of strategy, I need a connector visible through here, not through here. Using this current strategy, this is a red herring. Because we're going to bring this force field down. So that's essentially what I'm trying to do, but from the other side. Right, if I were to... And this is what I'm trying to avoid. That, because that achieves nothing. This one doesn't end up getting blue in that case. It has to be like that. The problem is, I can't really have the red one poking through here, visible through here, and at the same time have this one in a perpendicular direction be to its right, or left, depending upon which direction you're looking from. As we look through the opening, it would be to the right. That's about the best I can do. And that's not great. Yeah, imagine trying to intercept that. I am, aren't I? I'm, in theory, best off with it being as close as possible. That's about as best as I can do in those regards. I don't know, actually. That might just barely be doable. I reckon that would just barely be doable. Alright. What do we think? Yeah. I could see it. I could see it. Alright, what do we need to do? Obviously my future self needs to get over this side with both connectors. My past self, once they're over with both connectors, needs to come over here and stand on here. And once they're on there, my future self can connect everything up. So I guess I start recording, give my future self some time to collect the connectors they need. Then I do the swapping of the force fields. Then I go around here, stand on here. And that's about it for my past self, isn't it? Then it's all up to my future self. Alrighty. So, this shouldn't take all that long, but we'll give my future self, say, 15 seconds to sort the connectors out. Then we'll give them a bit of time to get in there with both connectors. Right. Now we go this way and stand here. And we'll probably be standing here a good long while, I should think, Because I can only imagine my future self is going to have some difficulty setting up those connectors properly. I just realised an additional problem. My future self isn't going to be able to see the blue connector from the other side. So they're going to need to set that up. This needs changing, this solution. They probably need to send the two connectors through. Oh, how are they going to do this? They walk one connector through, deposit it, then they go back for the other one. So they're going to be crossing through here on 3 occasions. Once going forwards, then back, then forwards again. And that means they're only going to have one chance at getting the most crucial connection to work. I think that's just the way it is, though. I don't know, they might just barely be able to see that one through there, but I don't want to risk it. Alright. So, same as before. We'll give you a few seconds to pick a connector up. Although perhaps not quite as long. Then you need to walk through here. And you can deposit it. Then I imagine you'll be coming back. Right. Now you need to pick up a connector and start making a connection. So we'll give you a little while longer. It shouldn't take long to do, but you know, just in case of accidents. Now I'll assume you're holding it now. And you're travelling through with it. Great. Let's say it went wrong. I'll give you an option to go back now. Right, now we go over here. And build up plenty of time. In theory, it shouldn't take this long, but there's not a lot of reason not to build up a big time buffer, just in case of the unexpected. Wonderful. Now we go back. Right, grab the first connector you're going to use. And wait here. Wonderful. Just deposit it somewhere. Then come back. Wonderful. Now grab the second one, and this time you want to start making the connections you're going to need to make. Now we wait here. Right. Can you get the angle? That's the question. I don't think you can. You can. Okay. I missed my chance to go back, didn't I? I'm trapped. Oh, I'm not trapped here. I just have to wait a long time. Oh dear. I know theoretically you could have a puzzle just like I know you could have a puzzle with a solution just like the one I'm outlining now. The issue is I don't know if the angles that can be made in this specific implementation of a puzzle allow this solution or not. Oh, I didn't let myself back. Okay, That's a shame. Good. Good, good, good. That's looking significantly less doable, isn't it? Maybe this isn't the intended solution. Out of curiosity, if I did that, and then... Is that what I meant to do? No, I think... That is what I meant to do, isn't it? If I did that, and then I did that... Say this... no, that won't quite work. And then I did that. And then I did that. How quickly would it would go back instantly? I'm thinking of essentially reversing, having a very similar solution, but essentially reversing the priorities for the red and the blue. So if you will, the blue's the default and the red's the one that comes through with some sort of adjustment. The issue is then my past self would have to facilitate the change. Don't think this is gonna work. That's a shame. This would have been a nice solution. It would have made things quite easy. Nah, not gonna happen. Hold on. I may have missed a trick here. I was overlooking the fact that I would have an additional connector at my disposal on the other end. Which means I could quite easily... Ah, okay. Hmm. So here's my thinking. A connector is going to need to transport the blue. That's obvious. I would have another connector at my disposal which I could place in a completely different position and cause it to knock out the red getting here. Although not very easily actually, because I'd have to... It would be this sort of angle, wouldn't it? Not this sort of angle. That was the whole problem originally. But the other problem I was realising is even if I do have another connector at my disposal, I can't make these connections very easily on the other side. I have to initiate them on this side, which means I only have one chance to place them down. I suppose I could sort of hedge my bets by spending like 30 seconds on here, then going back, doing the force field, going back and so on over and over again for several minutes. And that would give my future self plenty of opportunities to go back and make adjustments if they needed to. But yeah, I don't think that would actually work, that's the problem. What about this? What would it take to make this work? I'd need to disrupt this. Yeah, that's not going to work because I'd need to send a signal through here. So if a solution along these lines exists, it probably requires a setup like this. No, it doesn't look very promising, sadly. It was a nice idea, but I don't think it works. What was the trick for setting up an alternating signal? Oh, that only works with one colour, doesn't it? And I'd need somewhere else to connect it to, I think. Oh no, that might work. Yeah, that's no good. I know with 4 you can... Oh no, with 4 you needed another colour, but it didn't become a 2-valued alternating circuit. So no, that doesn't work either. Yeah, you can see the sort of angle it would have to be for me to be able to break the circuit, and it just doesn't end up with me being on this side. Although perhaps I don't need to be entirely. No, I would because of the angle through the opening. Yeah, that's the problem. That... No, that wouldn't be doable. I'd end up severing that beam, not that beam. The only other one I thought is, could I get a diagonal through there? Maybe. Would that help? No, that would probably make it worse. Even if I got the diagonal that way, how am I going to connect it up to the red? Or the blue? I do like the idea in principle though of having the same connectors transporting the red as the blue. Because it's such an elegant solution to only having access to 2 connectors. And yet needing to connect up both red and blue. Just not necessarily simultaneously. There's no way I can set up some sort of circuit where once it's swapped, is there? I don't think so. I don't have access to any boxes or anything I could use. Now that would make things easier. You lose the blue instantly. Well, if I don't get it soon, I may have to leave and try a different puzzle and come back. The fact they call it parallel crossing does make it sound like I'm supposed to have 2 different beams going through here, but I don't see how. Hmm. Alright, let's suppose the actual solution looks nothing like that. Well, then we're running up against the same old problem. That I need 2 connectors over the other side, which means I need to get the red and the blue done over here in just 2 connectors, which clearly can't be done. At least not done in a trivial way. No. I mean, I could tie up one of the future connectors over here to make what I was attempting actually work, but then what's the point? I haven't then got 2 connectors over there. Actually, I know what I should test. Does recorded beams work the way I'd expect them to? If I break the beam now, will this force field... Yes, even though that's been recorded, the beam itself isn't recorded. Only the connectors are. Okay, that's what I expected. That would have been a lot easier if that weren't the case. Does this also do the... No, it doesn't do that force field as well. I just can't think of a way to get round the fact that this side needs 2 connectors. Which reduces me to 1 over here, but more than I could possibly do with just 1. Sorry, more than I could possibly do with just 2. This bit's easy if you let yourself use 3 connectors. Then as far as I can tell, this bit becomes impossible. I suppose I'll give myself another 10 minutes on this one, and if I haven't come to the solution by then I'll move on to a different puzzle. Because of these constraints, I just can't help but thinking that I was on the right lines before. With a setup along these lines. Hang on. No, that doesn't work. No, that doesn't work. But I know what might work. I was just thinking, I could use this beam to sever a connection as well. Yes, I could. If I were gonna do that, I'd probably want to move this one way back, like to somewhere like here. And then this one, actually, can I put that one even further back? It needs to be lined up, that's the only constraint. Like that. Yeah, I should be able to see that. This one then comes way forwards. But does still need to be able to see its own source. This might be the rub. I need this one to, as far as possible, to come in front of that one. That's about the best I can do. Doesn't quite work, does it? What if I moved this a bit more forwards after all? Better. The problem is I'd need to sever this beam. And the other problem is it's working the opposite way round to the way I'd want it to work. I'd want the default position to be for this to be red, so my past self could get into that little alcove, and then I'd want my future self to swap it. But that then just brings us back to this, which doesn't really work. I know it hasn't been 10 minutes, but I think I will just come back to that one. Let's try something else for a little while. Royal Guards. Interesting. So we have a box. Oh, hold on, I should have checked what. Boxes and connectors, okay. We have 2 boxes. And a jammer, that wasn't listed. 2 jammers. Force field. More force fields, connectors. A switch. What's this going to do? I see the problem. Somehow I didn't notice them. Much to my own detriment. Would one box be high enough? No, 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 no. No, it would not. 2 boxes probably would, but as we know, you need 3 boxes to get 2 boxes high. Usually. Right. So a red and blue destination point. Red source, blue source. Okay. I haven't seen the goal yet. It's probably through here, thinking about it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So then the whole... Wait. Okay, I didn't realise I could come in here. Can I get close enough to pick that up? I can. Although my ability to use it is limited. Can I just connect that up now? No, okay. So presumably I either need to smuggle these out or get the boxes in. That'll be what that's for. Presumably. Careful. Alright. What's the point in having access to the connectors and the sources, though? If I don't currently have anything to connect them to. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I need to toggle that switch, go through here, pick up the jammers, jam the hovering bombs, and then in theory, between the boxes and the connectors, it should be fairly trivial to set up the beams going to the 2 destination points. But I can't as yet think of a safe way to access that switch. I mean, it almost feels like I need the jammers to be able to get to the switch safely, but that's obviously backwards. I haven't missed anything, have I? There's no red or blue destination points anywhere else? Don't think so. I mean, there's some very obvious cheesy options, like trying to get yourself on top of 2 boxes here, which I'm sure if you tried it enough you eventually would succeed, but I can only assume that's not the intention. But since I don't seem to have any use for these connectors yet, the only tools I've effectively been given is the 2 boxes. I don't see anywhere I can parkour to. It's an interesting one. Ah. Am I supposed to use the tree stump to let myself up here and then up here? No. Doesn't appear so. The problem is, I'm worried I'd just get stuck over there if I tried that. There's no obvious way back. There could be another switch on the other side of this wall or something, but I wouldn't know. Thing is, without any pressure plates or that I can see on in the puzzle, what else can I do with boxes other than climb on them? In fact, why give me 2 boxes if I'm not supposed to climb on top both of them? That almost makes me wonder if I was along the right lines here. I mean, they wouldn't have put these windows in for no reason, would they? Well, I suppose you could argue their main function is to let the player see what's available. But then they could have just used gates like this. Does make you wonder if I am supposed to jam through here. But if that's the case, how do I end up not jamming the force fields? Unless the force fields are already down, I would surely end up jamming the force fields, not the hovering bombs. I don't know, if I jammed a force field and a hovering bomb, I wonder if I could get close enough on this side. I almost certainly could, because this bit of wall would act as a pillar to protect me. That would probably work. Ah, once I get on the other side, I can jam this, and with one jammer, bring the other jammer to the other side, and then I can jam it again. Okay, yeah, then this gets quite easy. But I still don't see a way across which looks like a way that I was intended to take. On the other hand, it seems like no accident that there's a tree stump here. Obviously the level designer decided to put it there, and it just happens to be the only thing in the environment that gets me high enough to climb on top 2 boxes that they provided. So in that sense it all seems intentional. Definitely nothing I was missing over here, is there? Don't think so. No. Why give me access over here, though, if I can't do anything with it? They could have just let me see that there were connectors here, and that's it. I take it I can actually get an angle here, can I? Doesn't seem like it. No. I just don't think I'm supposed to climb over the wall here, even though that would provide a full solution once I got to the other side. It's slightly too tall. It feels like something else was intended. This bit wouldn't be too tall. Oh. Is that what I'm supposed to do? I can't tell. Is this cheesing it, or is this what was intended? The fact that it's still quite difficult does make me think that this may be wrong. Yeah, that doesn't feel like it's gonna work, does it? Wait. What about just over the force field here? That might be the simplest way. Or not? Does it extend higher than it appears to? Yes, it seems so. Okay, maybe that's not the intention. But again, it just doesn't feel like a coincidence that I have two boxes and a tree stump that lets me get on top of them. I'm sure if I kept trying, eventually I would manage to make it over, but that feels like an unintended solution. Have I missed something? Little alcove here. I think that's just decorative. Or I don't know, might actually represent something that you see in real castles. I don't see anything that I've missed. Here's the thing, I just don't think I'm going to be able to get through these hovering bombs unless they're jammed. And it has to be said that the switch here would still serve a useful purpose, because once both jammers are in place, keeping the hovering bombs stuck, I would still need to be able to get through here. So that's why it would do all three force fields. So that all figures. It all seems to be pointing to the idea I'm supposed to go over the wall. Oh. Huh. okay. I'm not sure if that was a slight collision bug and I lucked out, or if that's what was supposed to happen. Well, I'm over. So, unless I've made an error, I do believe this puzzle is essentially done now. Since we've already discussed what the remaining steps would be. Actually, maybe it makes more sense to do it the other way and bring these in here. Yes, I think it does. Oops. Just thinking about the placement now. Right, that has to connect there. Yeah, that should work. That seems to work. Now for the other one. Oh. Oh. That's a shame. Let's move it back slightly then. There we go. Excellent. Music.txt. We've got that little code we've seen several times before and don't know what it means. Music is an art form and cultural activity whose medium is sound. General definitions of music include common elements such as pitch, rhythm, dynamics, and the sonic qualities of timbre and texture. Different styles or types of music may emphasize, de-emphasize, or omit some of these elements. Music is performed with a vast range of instruments and vocal techniques ranging from singing to rapping. There are solely instrumental pieces, solely vocal pieces, and pieces that combine singing and instruments. Right, then we have a section in ASCII, which will transliterate. Blimey. Looks like we may have some upper ASCII there. Well, judging by the values, we would. That might cause a problem. I'm not 100% certain that upper ASCII, which I believe was always a bit unofficial anyway, necessarily corresponds well to the Unicode code points. Lower ASCII does. Deliberately so. Ah! Also, now I think about it, what if this isn't upper ASCII? What if this is something like UTF-7, in which case the program I wrote will not render that well. By not render it that well, I mean that's not what it's designed to do. It wouldn't. Oh hey, Admiral. It's lovely to see you. How are you today? The word derives from Greek musike, art of the muses. Yeah, that hasn't rendered the way they thought it was going to render. I could probably work out what encoding they're using there. I very much doubt it is actually UTF-8, because there's only... how many characters? Actually, it could be. I take it back, it could be. If it was too... if it was low enough in the Unicode character space that they could represent every character using only 2 bytes, you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters. And I could quite believe that Greek could be represented in 7 Greek characters. And that would also correspond well to the fact that all of the leading bytes would either be CE or CF, I think. Yes. So yeah, it's possible that they're using UTF-8 there. Could be another encoding entirely. Could be something Windows specific, I don't know. I know that the base game avoided that entire problem by only using lower ASCII though. A bit tired, but otherwise fine. How about you? Oh, sorry to hear that. I'm quite well, thank you for asking. There's been another puzzle that I've got thoroughly stuck on. And I must have spent an hour to an hour and a half trying to do it. And I've just gone off to do a different puzzle as a little break. In its most general form, the activities describing music as an art form or cultural activity include the creation of works of music, the criticism of music, the study of the history of music, and the aesthetic examination of music. Ancient Greek and Indian philosophers defined music as tones ordered horizontally, as melodies, and vertically as harmonies. Common sayings such as the harmony of the spheres and it is music to my ears point to the notion that music is often ordered and pleasant to listen to. However, 20th century composer John Cage thought that any sound can be music, saying, for example, there is no noise, only sound. Wow, ... I have no idea what the significance of that is, but I will write it down. So 6, capital E, Q, U, J, 5. I suppose it's plausible if I converted that to ASCII, going the other way, to hexadecimal I mean. Something might become apparent, but I doubt it. How are you liking Outfall compared to the Renamo mods? I think probably I like it less. It is a much more aesthetically pleasing mod. But I feel like a higher proportion of the... how do I put this? I feel like there's less polish. There's quite a few very difficult puzzles which don't prepare you for them at all. in the sense that, at least in the base game, if they expect you to do something quite unintuitive, they'll usually have at least one or two simpler puzzles first that introduce you to the concept quite naturally, whereas we're just not seeing that here. There's been more than a few puzzles where I've wondered whether I've actually come to the correct solution or if I've just cheesed it. This puzzle, I actually think might have been bugged. I'm fairly certain the solution I came to for this one was a unofficial solution, so shall we say, because it involved me having to smuggle this jammer out of the area and then bring it back in around the other side. But on the other hand, for example, this fan part despawned. That isn't some elaborate use of language or anything, any exaggeration. As far as I could tell, it literally just... the game... I don't know how it happened. It happened at the end of a recording. Not only did the fan part from the past disappear, the fan part from the present disappeared as well, and then I just didn't have it. There was some weirdness going on with this pressure plate as well, so yeah. Oh, it's lovely to see you too, Yisha. I'm doing quite well. How are you? And they don't feel rewarding sometimes, right? I feel the exact same way. I've seen recordings being very buggy, especially when you go through purple fields. Ah, maybe that's got something to do with it. Another example of lack of polish. To solve this puzzle, this is the first part of solving it, which I'm fairly certain I did get correct. You need to get this hovering bomb through here and all the way round, and it just keeps going. Well, here's the thing. If I unjam this hovering bomb, you'll notice it's bashing up against the purple field over there. That's obviously intentional. The puzzle wouldn't work very well if that weren't the case. But it travels straight through this one without issue. That's just inconsistent because there's no visual difference between those two purple fields. Like, I do... like, although I obviously figured it out, I also feel like it would be very easy for a player to get really confused here and just not understand what they're supposed to be doing due to the inconsistency. Again, just lack of polish, in my opinion. Tired, got up at 1 AM, drove about 630 miles, then home and got some rest, but still tired. Not that it was a long drive, kinda used to that, but barely got any rest yesterday evening for some reason. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. That really does sound rough. Yeah, I do hope you get plenty of rest tonight. Regarding this puzzle, this is the puzzle I was stuck on for a long time. Well, I'll introduce you to the different parts. There's a red source here, a blue source here. If we connect up the red here, we can travel into here. There's 2 gaps in the wall that let you get a beam to the other side. In principle, it might also be possible to do a diagonal. As of yet, I've not found any reason to do so, but it's a possibility. This lowers a force field on the other side. It also activates that turret. I'm guessing That's because if they didn't have a turret here, perhaps the player could do something unintended. So they just turn this whole region into an area the player can't traverse. If when they're pushing down this pressure plate. But holding this pressure plate down is definitely part of the intended solution. Also note that there is no straightforward way for the player to get in here without the red being connected up. More on that in a moment. Now if we go around the other side, you'll notice that there is a cable coming down here. This is the force field that is brought down by the pressure plate. This is a blue destination point, and there's another blue destination point here. Originally when I came to this puzzle, it didn't take me that long to get this far, but then I discovered there was another blue destination over here, and then I realised I was going to need to get another connector over this side. Now with the recorder in the middle and 2 connectors in the level, I effectively have access to 4 connectors. But the problem is, if I have 2 of them tied up over here, I have to somehow get the blue through one of these holes in the walls. Well, a pair of these holes in the walls, and hold this down with only 2 connectors on this side, because I need the other 2 round the other side, and that's what I've not been able to figure out. This switch toggles these 3 force fields. Not 100% sure why that's necessary, why the puzzle wouldn't work without it, but yeah, that's the puzzle. I've already considered doing something like this, where imagine this was lined up with that connector if it was slightly to the right. Well then in theory you could have this open, have your past self run through here and hold that down, and then your future self could use one of their connectors to break the red beam here, and then suddenly that becomes a blue. The fact that that force field's gone down doesn't matter because your past self is already through, and with the way that recordings work in this game, it wouldn't matter anyway because they'll just run straight through a force field if it wasn't there when you were recording, and then you could get blue through here. The problem is I can't find a way to both have the connectors lined up so that I could get a beam through there, and at the same time be able to, from the other side, sever this beam. Because the way you would do that normally is you'd say have another connector and you'd connect that up there and then put it down there. In fact, why don't I demonstrate, since this won't take long. So the sort of thing you'd want to do, imagine I was on the other side of the wall, is something like that. Because then suddenly you've managed, using just one connector, to sever the red, turning it to blue and get the blue through. But as far as I've been able to tell, there just isn't an angle to make that work. So it looks like that whole idea isn't the intended solution, so far as I can tell. Ultimately what it comes down to is, as we're looking at the connectors from this side, the blue is over to the left, whereas we'd really want it to be to the right of the red, or of this connector. But we can't do that and also have it line up with this pair of holes in the wall. I also considered sending it through here, but the problem with sending it through here is if a beam is going to travel through here, then the force field needs to be down, which means the red needs to be getting its signal, which means that severing this no longer works, because the blue would just get stopped at the force field. So yeah, that's as far as I've gotten. That's where I left it, about half an hour ago, when I wandered off to do that other puzzle. How many puzzles do we have left, actually, in this area? I found 1 star. There's 1 star unaccounted for. Oh, only 2 more left. I don't know where the other star is. I do know that this is a double puzzle. If we go round the far side, you'll note that there's a computer terminal there. That's the goal. That will be 1 puzzle complete. And I assume once I reach that, this gate probably comes down. And then that terminal there, I don't think is a goal. I think that's one of the computer terminals that says access denied, because there's a force field here. I reckon if I bring that force field down using a jammer that I've smuggled out, then this will be yet another puzzle. But yeah, you can... Where was it? There was a sign here somewhere. There. You can see this is in fact intended to be 2 puzzles. So yeah, that's where I am. This has been a real head scratcher, because I definitely need to get 2 connectors over that side. I just cannot for the life of me see how it would be possible to get a beam through the wall there and connect that up and connect that up in just 1 connector. Clearly the angles are such that you have to go around a corner. But then how on earth do I do the red and the blue on this side with just 2 connectors? That's why I was thinking about solutions where I use 2 connectors but have them do red and then blue in sequence, in time. That would have been such an elegant solution, but it doesn't seem to be the intended solution for the simple reason the angles don't exist. I don't even have any other puzzles to go off and do I? Just got to keep at this one till I get it done. As far as I can tell, the only use for your past self as a physical entity in the world is just to hold down that pressure plate. I have also considered I could use a connector to hold that down, but I don't see that there would be any advantage, because that would use up one of the connectors which you have 2 few of anyway, and all you would gain is the ability for your past self to run around. But so what? There's nothing for them to do other than hold down that pressure plate anyway. Plus you'd have the turret up, so actually getting around would be dangerous. I've also considered solutions along these lines. This isn't actually set up very well, but essentially reversing it. But this has 2 big disadvantages. One disadvantage is it's hard to get this one into a good position to be seen from the other side. In fact, I don't think you can and have it connected up there. And besides which, this is now the wrong way round. Really, I want the default position of this to be red, so that my past self can run through this force field, or this force field location. And then by severing the beam, have it turn blue, not red. I've also been wondering if there's anything else in the... Wait. I just had a thought. Do you remember how we previously established that when a laser beam intercepts another laser beam, that the graphics system causes the laser beam to stop at the first point of intersection, but in fact if there are subsequent points of intersection, the game logic does actually sever the other lasers at that point anyway, even though it looks like the first laser isn't travelling that far. It's a weird discontinuity between how a weird disparity between how the graphics system and the game logic works. Well, I just had a thought. I wonder what happens if I try to connect up a beam through a solid object it shouldn't be able to cross. I don't know, but it's possible it would still intercept the laser. Oops. That's certainly worth investigating. If that works, then that's probably just handed us the solution on a silver platter. No. Sadly, that doesn't work. But if I do this, for example... Oh no, wait, No, I don't have the setup to demonstrate what I wanted to demonstrate. I was just going to try and give an example of what I was talking about, how if there would be multiple points of intersection with between lasers, that the game logic actually incorporates them all rather than simulates them all as opposed to just the first one. But never mind. It doesn't do us any good to sever this beam either, which would be easy to do, because that doesn't turn this one blue. But the thing is, if that's not the species of solution we're looking for, if this idea of combining the red and the blue along one network isn't correct, then how on earth would we do it? Because the angles have been chosen very carefully here to really limit where we can connect the blue to, which leads me to believe it takes at least two connectors to connect up the blue. But if that's the case, how do we get in there? I suppose my future self could connect it up, go in there, deposit a connector and then leave, but then they've just given up a connector, which isn't much good. There's no other objects in the area with weight that I know of. To be fair, if I wanted to, I know that getting in there is going to require... Well, it's almost certain that getting in there is going to require taking an item out of another puzzle, because all the other two worlds we went to, it was the same. I could almost certainly cheese it that way, but I don't think that's the intention. Oh no. Well, if you need rest, Yisha, please don't stick around on my account. Note how this angle has obviously been chosen very carefully to prevent me from just connecting up the blue here in a trivial way. It's also, well, the name of this puzzle is Crossing Parallel. I'm not quite sure why, because crossing in the sense of intercepting and doing things in parallel, oh sorry, having two things be parallel seem contradictory. Unless they mean that I'm going to have two beams that are parallel crossing this piece of ground, not crossing each other. Which would be surprising, because I have so few connectors as it is. I've also briefly entertained the thought, could it be that I'm supposed to somehow send the beam that way and then send it back? But I doubt it. I mean, I suppose it's possible that I'm supposed to send it one way initially and then change the configuration. But again, I doubt it. The thing is, as far as I can tell, this needs to be held down continuously. There doesn't come a point where it's no longer necessary. Well, not until you've got to the end. Which means that in the past, we need to have the red connected up for our character to be able to walk through here. And it's very... but because the recorder's on, it's going to record the positions of all the connectors. So if this is connected up in the past, it's also going to be connected up in the future. So we can't then repurpose this. That is to say that our future self can't pick up past connectors and move them. I have considered whether I'm supposed to do something like this. And then maybe something like that. I even found an angle where I could make that work before. This is much nicer in the sense that it's going to be much easier to sever the red beam from the other side. In fact, it would be quite trivial. The problem is, as soon as this goes blue, the force field's going to drop and then we're going to get no beams going through there whatsoever, like so. So that was all a bit pointless. I will take hints and suggestions. I have been here quite a long time. What else could I try? It's so difficult to see how this particular pair of holes in the wall could be used as part of a solution to this puzzle. Perhaps this puzzle here they might be, but this puzzle, the one we're on right now, given that to use it effectively we would need the red to constantly be up, which ties up one of the connectors that we really do need. I mean, the more I think about it, the more I just come back to trying something like that. But I just can't find the angles. So to be clear, we would want to have a connector on the other side of this wall, which is both connecting to this one and that one, and it's connecting at such an angle that that is severed. We're not going to attempt it this time, we're just going to have a look. We might be able to get a beam through there just. I don't know, that might actually just barely be doable. Just barely. It would all come down to where would the blue beam cross? Would it successfully cut off the beam that's providing power to that red connector? Or would it end up intercepting at a different point, unhelpfully? Well, I can try it again. I'm pretty sure I've tried this a couple of times already. Alright, if we were going to try this, what would we need to do? We'd need to... Right, one interesting point is that we'd need to try and start making the connection. On this side. Because we wouldn't be able to get a clear line of sight on this connector once we're on the other side. So that means... And I'm obviously going to need to move both connectors over. So the solution's going to look something like, I start recording, I wait for my future self to grab a connector, I let them through, they drop it, I let them back through this way. So now I've interacted with this twice, or 4 times I suppose, to turn it to from up to down, down to up to down, and down to up. As is necessary. Then I would grab another connector, my future self would, and would start connecting things up while they're still on this side. Then they'd go the other side and try to place it. Now supposing that didn't go to plan, they would need to go back. So this is probably going to involve myself initially pausing, opening, closing, pausing, opening and closing over and over again quite a few times, just so that my future self has as many attempts as they need to get this right. Then, once I'm satisfied, so we might spend just 2 minutes just doing that. Then hopefully, if they've managed to make the connection that they needed, then all my past self has to do is walk over here and stand on here and just wait for my future self to finish the puzzle. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Okay. So, wait a moment for my future self to grab a connector. Give them some time. I think what we'll do is we'll just keep every 10 seconds we'll toggle this. Maybe we'll do 2 minutes 30 actually. The problem is, if I don't get this right, then due to the way that recorders work, I lose the current position that the connectors are in. Which will be suboptimal. Alright, now we'll just wait here for, I don't know, a minute. Then we go back. I suppose I'll toggle the switch again to give my future self an opportunity to get out if they're trapped. And then we'll begin playback and give this a go. Let's hope I haven't made a mistake. So first things first, we're just ferrying this connector over. We don't need this one yet, but we will do. Right, you need to connect to these two. Dorman, thank you. And that one, isn't it? That hasn't worked, has it? No. I'm sure you can see the problem. Let's go back and see what's actually happened. Oh yeah, look at that beam positioning. It's not even close to cutting that beam. Oops. Oh. Oh well. I accidentally brushed against the purple field. I must be wrong about the solution to this. It's just I can't think of a way to do it any other way. This would be so trivial if I allowed myself to bring in external components. Because I'm going to need to bring a jammer here anyway to bring that force field down. If I just brought a jammer up to this point and jammed that force field, it would be trivial. Another important thing to note is that although my character can get out of this area if they get trapped in here, they can't bring items with them. So it's not like I could set something clever up over here, use a connector with me to manipulate it from the other side, and then climb out. Because I'd be abandoning a connector, and we know we need two connectors over this side. Or at least it very, very much seems that way. But if it takes two connectors to connect up the blue, wherever we send it, then how can I also be connecting up the red? It entirely suggests that I'm not. But how would I get in there? Hang on. I may have tested this earlier and just forgotten the result. I take it this doesn't also do that force field. No, it doesn't. That's fair enough. Crossing parallel. Okay, let's assume I am in fact supposed to set up 2 parallel sets of beams going through here. Let's say that is part of the solution. How would I even set that up? Trouble is, I'm gonna need at least 2. I'm gonna need at least 2 connectors set up the blue on its own. But I am going to need the red connected up. That's non-negotiable. So using the recorder, I could get a blue one here. In fact, if I move this, I could have a red one accessible over here. So then I couldn't have 2 beams in parallel at the same time, but I'd have one connector left, and I could have it be red or blue. That wouldn't help. How else could I do it? I could try connecting it up the other way round, but then I'd have trouble getting blue round here, getting blue to this point. Yeah, so much so that I doubt that's actually worth considering. I mean, okay, grey, I could get as far as I've got before using just the blue. In fact, this may have even been how I set it up before. But why the red? What would I do with the red? It wouldn't help, because what I need is another connector on this side. In fact, when you think about it, if I had a connector that was in line here, it could only connect to the red. It couldn't get to the blue. And over here, the same is true. I can only get to the red. I need to use up a whole connector just to get the blue to a position where it's easily accessible. But that just leaves me 2 few connectors on the other side. I've considered doing something like this before. But I can't then have that connect it can't then be in a position to be seen through either of these. Crossing parallel. What would be the advantage? Why give me 2 different ways through? The only thing I can think is that I could do something like have red here, send red through there, round here, back into there, in theory, although this would already have to be down for that even to work, which would be just pointless. It wouldn't achieve a thing. I suppose alternatively my past self could try to move. Could try to move the connectors around when they're there. Trouble is, if this goes down, I'm cut off from the other side, so I don't have any way to get blue round there anyway. That's the thing, the pressure plate has to stay down. If the pressure plate here has to stay down, then my past self has to always have access to this area, which means the red has to remain connected. The only real exception is the sort of solution I was initially considering. Well, I say initially considering, that I've considered quite a bit tonight, which would be having my future self do something which changes which colour of beam is travelling through a given connector. So that when I'm recording, the red's connected, but when I'm playing back, it's not. Leaving a connector on that pressure plate, I just don't think helps. Crossing parallel. It is an odd one, isn't it? Why would I want to have parallel beams? Because I don't need red on this side whatsoever, so far as I can tell. Not unless I've missed something major. And I see no reason to try and send the blue through both ways. Am I missing something? Is there some way that I end up taking two recordings or something? One recording to set something up, and then another recording to actually do something useful. I mean, what could I even set up? I suppose... Well, I was about to say, I suppose using a recording I could get a connector in there. But honestly, I don't think I even need a recording for that. I could do that anyway. Getting past the turret might be a problem. Hmm. Could I do something like I was describing here, but through these points? Not very easily, no. But no, let's consider this. So I set that up. I set this up. Well, I can't then avoid using 3, can I? I end up then having to use another connector to connect this up here. And then I don't have enough on the other side. Point is, I can't have the blue connected up. I can't have a connector that is visible through here and connected up to the blue over there in one. If I could, that would change this puzzle significantly. But I can't. I can see no reason why I'd want to send a beam back the other way. That's a thought. Alright, what about... So we set that up. Then I take this one. And then we set... Can I set this up? Is there an angle for it? Maybe I need to move the far one. Is that where I want that to be? Probably want it slightly more forward to improve visibility from the blue. Okay, we set that up. Then I set this up. Trouble is, we considered this earlier before, didn't we? The problem with this type of solution is that as soon as the red is gone, this goes down, and then the blue can't get through, so we've achieved nothing. Even though, as I think I also mentioned earlier, it would be so much easier to sever this beam from the other side if it was set up like this. Wait. If I set that up, supposing the other connector were already the one on the other side, I could send a connection straight through there. Maybe I'd want it to be this one then. Would I? No, probably not. What I'm wondering is, would it be easier to do essentially the same thing as I described several times before, but with the difference that that I change which connectors are past connectors and future connectors. So obviously I'd already been thinking of this one for a long time. But supposing this was a future connector, not a past connector, and I actually had a connector over there, could I exploit that to my advantage? I mean, if I place the connector in a suitable position, it would be easy to sever the red. But the catch would be that to place the connector in such a position, it would be just off in some corner. It wouldn't be... I wouldn't then also be able to send the blue through using the same connector. So I'd still be short of a connector. In fact, functionally, that would be no different to doing something like this. So that's what I was thinking of. But we still lose a connector. This one, even if this one were on the other side over there, I still can't use it for anything. That's the problem. What is the visibility of this one like? Oh, it's pretty dreadful, isn't it? Yeah, no connector beyond about this point is going to be able to see it. Any thoughts, chat? Just go over there for a little while. See if I notice anything I hadn't noticed before. Why don't I just leave it like that? Oh no. I know why. If I could get a connector into the center there, would that help? Probably not. I don't know, if I could get into the central area, I could probably place a connector in such a position that I could directly connect it up to the blue. That would help a lot. Crossing parallel. Maybe? No, that doesn't make sense. That's the other thing, I just don't see the value in having both of these openings. I only need to get one beam through here, blue. Do you know, we've been on this puzzle for a long time. There's one thing I should probably verify. Because it won't take long. And it would... And if my assumption is wrong, then it would open this puzzle right up. I need to set up one of these to be visible here. That appears to be working. No, it's not. Ah, I may be out of luck. Oh, one ignominious death. That'll do. What I want to verify, oops, is am I right in thinking that this one doesn't also do that force field? If it also does that force field, that completely changes this. I've no reason to believe it does. It doesn't have any cables going there or anything. No, it doesn't. So we know we need 2 connectors over the other side. That leaves us 2 over here. Somehow we need to do the red and the blue in just 2, but the angle does not exist for the blue. We know it doesn't, that's just self-evident. Short of my finding a way to the other side here. If I could get through here, I'm pretty sure I could do it. Maybe not, actually. No, maybe not. I just had an idea. No, that won't work. I was thinking of making it as easy as possible to... Oh, that wouldn't have worked anyway, never mind. All I can think is the solution I already thought of. The one that we've tried several times and doesn't seem to work. But when we tried it, it wasn't even close, was it? No, it wasn't. It's not like a bit of just shifting around and I'll get it. The beam clearly was quite clearly and decisively severing this. The blue beam was quite clearly and decisively severing this red beam, not this one. Is there some angle here I've missed? If I could get one up really high? Maybe? Unfortunately, I really hate to say this, I may just have to cheese it. I really, really don't want to, and I've tried very, very hard not to, but I just cannot for the life of me think how to do this. What do we think? Do I cheese it? I'll give it 15 more minutes. If I can solve it in 15 minutes, then wonderful. If I can't, then I'll just cheese it. I really don't want to, but I also don't want the entirety of the rest of this stream to be me trying and failing to find a solution. What do I know reasonably? I know I need 2 connectors over this side. I know that means I have 2 connectors over here. Technically speaking, that needn't be at the same time. I could have to go back for one. But no matter what, my power self needs to be on here, so the red has to be connected up. If the red is connected up, I'm not getting the blue over here, so the red isn't connected up by the end. So I must have to sever the red. So I must have to do some sort of alternation, some switching scheme like I was thinking of. I just don't see how else this could be remotely possible. I take it there's no angle that I can use to see one of the sources from the other side. I'm pretty certain there isn't. But I suppose that's worth double checking. Can't see the red from there. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see the red from there, am I? Okay. Can I arrange these? No, I can't really. Not without using an extra connector, which is the whole point. I was going to say, I can't arrange these so that I can straightforwardly sever the connection here and also connect up the blue with just one connector. I mean, that's what I've been trying all this time, and I can't. But the solution must be something like this. I don't see how it couldn't be. Not unless there's some fancy way I can do it all with one connector over there, but that would be astonishing. There's not some bizarre angle I can take here that I'm not aware of, is there? Doesn't look like it. Right, this is almost straight, which means that I've brought this about as far forward as I can. What if I did reverse this? I think we've discussed this several times before, but let's do it again. I guess I'd want to sever this connection in that case, which is the same. Wait, that can't be right. This is the connection I'd want to sever. Which isn't very helpful. That wouldn't work because I'd have no way to bootstrap it. Watch the solution. I feel like it's too hard. Probably harder than Gehennical trick. Oh, goodness me. Might I have a hint? Please, sir, a hint. It's hard to the point I don't even know what kind of hint I could give. They start off with one connector inside though. Inside? You mean inside here? And clever usage of the switch and the recording. No, I mean beyond the barrier. Oh, you mean through here? Well, they're not connecting up the blue, that's for certain. So they would have had to have connected up the red. Why, I don't know. Give myself 30 seconds or so. Okay, we've got that much. I mean, I could send the red back that way. But that's not going to survive the end of a recording. I mean, I could send this round and then get red back here using 4 connectors, but there's no point because that wouldn't survive the end of the recording. And 2, there'd be absolutely no point because I could set that up using just what I have here anyway. Oh wait, I didn't mean to do that, did I? This would be the point where I'd be waiting. I can give you another hint if you want, as in the first connections they make while inside. I may take you up on that. The funny thing is, I can't even think of a stable state that would make this work. That is, I can't even... If I didn't even have to go through valid positions, if I could just place things however I wanted, I can't think of a way of placing 4 connectors connected up in such a way to make this work. I'll avoid reading that hint for now. Now I'm going to read that hint. They connect it to the first connector, the blue source and the blue receiver of the wall in front of the second connector. Interesting. Right. I can see the blue source from here, to be fair. Which I suppose I probably should have picked up on. I suppose I could also... Hold on, I don't think this is going to last long enough. I could have also sent it this way, couldn't I? What would that have achieved? Not a lot. I'm just thinking, when would this have value? The only way I can see this having value is if I connected this so far over it sent a beam through here. At most I could get a beam up to here though? I suppose anywhere down here. But given where I can walk on the other side, maybe up to here-ish? Nah. Can I? No, none of this changes the fact I can't even think what the end position would be. Because there's no way I could get blue up to here or over there and with just one connector. Not unless there's some mechanic in this game I don't know. think you have to advance a bit further to even imagine what the ending position will be. The thing is, it still has to obey the same rules, though, as the rest of the game. Short of them finding some weird angle, perhaps using verticality, that lets them transfer the beams, it's hard to imagine. Hard to imagine what they could be doing differently. No weird angles. Well, that's the thing. Surely then, the final position must be a connector here, a connector there, two connectors on the other side, and somehow they managed to smuggle the player into there. I just can't imagine they managed to get a connector there which was working without also having the red connected up. If the red's connected up, you just don't have enough connectors. Connect the first connector to the red source if it helps at all. I'll see you, Yisha. Thank you for dropping by, and I hope you have a restful night. No. No, I can't even see what I've done. Before you reset. Oh, no worries, Yisha. You get your rest. Do that thing with the second connector I told you. But use the first hole. Oh, I see what's happening there. Okay, reset quickly. Oops. Good thing I did that twice. Huh. That would allow me to control whether the red's enabled from the other side. I'm not sure that's colossally useful though. It's very interesting. Why does it stay enabled for a while? Because it gets severed. Oh, now that's interesting. So I could run in there. That's the sort of situation I was trying to set up earlier, but I wasn't clever enough to do it. Although, strictly speaking, there's nothing particularly special about having the other connector over there. I could have done it with it here. Again, if I'd been clever enough. But the problem with that is that this one doesn't actually because I'm cutting that laser off, not this laser off. It couldn't go blue from there. But maybe I could change its position. Why isn't that working? Oh, that would just cause alternation, wouldn't it? Interesting that it's not working. I'm pretty sure that should have worked. thing is, as I say, this one can't become a blue connector with it set up like this, so the utility is very limited. I'm still tying up an entire connector to do this. And as I say, I'm going to need 2 connectors to set up the blue. But is there a way I can change that? If I could have the best of both worlds here. My concern is this is just going to become an alternating circuit, isn't it? But I think it would still stay connected for a few seconds. Right, why is that not working? Why is that not severing the beam? It should be. Why will it sever that beam but not that beam? It does feel like it should. Here's what I'm thinking. If I could get this set up so that this beam severs that beam, I could stand here, let that charge, then I could dash through. Now supposing I had its duplicate connected up here. Once that beam's severed, that should then go blue. Would it stay blue though? It might not, that's the problem. It might just go back to red as soon as the connection's resumed. No, because the blue would guarantee a continuous connection. The only reason this would be in danger of alternating is because if it severs its own source, then the source which is creating that beam would cease. There we go. So I stand there, and that charges, and then have a few seconds to dash in. Now, if I had a blue one there, this would just go blue, and I'd get blue on the other side. And I'd have another connector over there. I don't think I'm missing anything. I'm pretty sure this would just work. This would be a problem, though. Because I'd need to connect up the... No, because I could sever the blue manually with my body. That wouldn't be a problem. I could set this up, then make sure it goes red, then make sure it stays red long enough for that to set up, then dash. I think I have the solution. I'm just thinking about what would the steps be. So past me has to... Past me can't do anything. Past me has to stand here and dash in, and then hold that down. But actually, as soon as they've dashed in... Hold on, if I'd run then I'd have done it. There we go. They'd actually want to stand here for a moment, because future me is going to need to set up the blue connection. Hello Jesper Nave, it's lovely to meet you. Oh, my stream's going quite well, thank you. A lot better now, Addy Morale's given me a hint. So yeah, I think that's all Past Me has to do. I'm not a competitive player, I'm nowhere near that good. I didn't even know there were competitive Talos, I didn't even know there were Talos Principal competitions. I'm not quite sure how they'd work. What was I thinking? Yeah, so Past Me's only... Yep, speedrunning possibly. Past Me's only job is to get in there, wait a moment, then hold that down, then leave. That's all they've got to do. Future Me has a slightly more complex job. They need to set up the blue, make sure the blue actually has started... make sure the blues actually become stable. Then they need to dash over to the other side. Ah, Past Me will need to let them through. If Past Me needs to let them through, then it's a jolly good thing that when recording... It's a jolly good thing that a recorded player can pass through force fields if they weren't there when they when the recording took place. I mean, are you play competitively or casual player? Please watch out a bit of the speedrun on stream when you get the chance. Would love to watch you reacting to it. I'm not sure I follow you there. Oh, I see. There's a speedrun of the base game, I take it. I suppose I'm mostly a casual player. Variety streamer. And generally single player games, at least up till now. What was I thinking? Right, so Past Me actually has a very important job to do, and that is to let Future Me through here. And that's going to be after a few seconds. Then they need to get through here, which shouldn't be difficult. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing now. I think I've figured it out. So let's just give Future Me plenty of time. And we'll do that once more. Just in case I didn't make it the first time. Then we set that up, we dash through, and we stand here. And we'll be here for a while. They speedrun the main game in like less than 30 minutes or something. Goodness me. By the way, how long have you been on Twitch? Since April last year. So how long's that? That's what, about a year and... Yeah, it'd be about a year and 5 months, wouldn't it? So we'll just use the fast forward here to build up a nice long time buffer. Okay, over I go. And we'll let our future selves back in case things hadn't gone to plan. Right, what am I doing now? I'm setting up the blue, aren't I? That is now blue. I think we've only gone and done it. Just wait for my past self. They'll be here in a moment. I think I gave myself 40 seconds. There we go. Right, grab that. Oh no. Why has that gone back? Nope, we're good. Oh, of course it would have gone back because our past self was briefly interrupting the lasers. Still, we got here. Thanks to adding morale. I do feel a bit bad now that I didn't think of that. Because earlier on, I actually said during the stream, if only there were a way I could set it up so it started red, and then I could switch it to blue and it would stay blue. And I just couldn't think of a way to do it mechanically. But it turns out that's exactly what I needed to do. Well, like a lot of these steps in the Talos principle, I feel like it's more a tool in your player's toolbox. Once you know that that technique exists, you'll remember it, at least for a time. And then whenever you come across a similar puzzle in the future, you'll think of it, and you can apply it. It's more that I would never have... It is very hard to originate those things if you don't have... If you're not eased into it. That's what the base game does quite well. It eases you into discovering these techniques naturally, and then it gives you hard challenges where these techniques are part of the solution. Bridge.txt, what have we got here? 45 craftsmen and 60 students joined to build a bridge at Arthur's River. All day long they build it. Overnight it was destroyed. The craftsmen are whining, students cry. What a pity for our hard work, to build all day long and to see it destroyed each night. A bird came by and sat next to them facing the river. He sung not like a bird, nor like a swallow, but he sung with a human voice, saying, "If you do not haunt a man, the bridge will never last." And not a haunted orphan. Not a foreign or non-passer. Despite the master craftsman's beautiful wife. Sorry? Sorry, I don't follow you there, Jasper. Drop the Discord username? Also, I'm not looking for any, to commission any art or anything like that, but, I mean, if you wanted me to look at some of your art, I could. Let me read that one more time. 45 craftsmen and 60 students joined to build a bridge at Arthur's River. All day long they build it. Overnight it was destroyed. The craftsmen are whining, students cry. What a pity for our hard work, to build all day long and to see it destroyed each night. A bird came by and sat next to them facing the river. He sung not like a bird, nor like a swallow, but he sung with a human voice, saying, If you do not haunt a man, the bridge will never last, and not a haunted orphan, not a foreign or a non-passer, despite the master craftsman's beautiful wife. Yeah, I don't think... this doesn't make sense, does it? I don't think this... It's not because I'm tired, is it? I feel like there's some context there I'm missing. Capture.html. Like... Wait, no, that doesn't say like. That looks like a simple form of alphabetic encoding. Something like Caesar cipher. ZXK is probably a good place to start. Although, what would that be? I'm saying it's probably a good place to start because it's only a 3-letter word, but... Z and X are quite close together in the alphabet. Z again. In case you're curious about the speedrun, it becomes a parkour game. I won't look right now, but thank you for showing me that. Right, what? I'm trying to think. What 3-letter words have the first 2 letters being, what is it, 2 apart in the alphabet? Although I must admit it is at least a little tempting just to try Caesar's cipher, isn't it? Or I suppose we'd want to do the reverse, un-Caesar cipher. I'll just quickly check Caesar cipher and Rot 13 online. Oh, that's interesting. If I'm not mistaken, this website I've landed on will actually give you all 25 possible rotations. Which, if it is encoded using any of them, we should find it really quickly. Oh, yeah, it looks like it's Caesar cipher. Only real humans can read this. Hello there, real human. Incidentally, that 3-letter word turned out to be can. Well, there we go. So that's what that says. Right. Oof. So the trick there then was setting up an alternator, which we already discovered before in the puzzle I've already forgotten the name of that we got stuck on last time. Well, we ended up having to set up alternating red and blue beams, but then we had to double the well, no, it would be half the frequency. But we were able to use that and blocking one of the beams with our body to create a method of charging a destination point and then having it stay charged for a few seconds so we could dash through. And then we're able to combine that with a blue beam to instead of being an alternator, have it just flip from red to blue after the relevant period of time had passed. So that is one to remember. Access denied, as I suspected. Okie dokie. So I think the next thing to do is I need to smuggle this out. There's an easy way to do it, and then there's the thing that happens if I mess up my jumps, like I just did. Where'd it end up? Okay, that's on the not so bad side. Yep, now we have a problem. It's not too bad. I know how to get it out of here. It's just it requires a few more steps. Wait, what's the trick here? I remember. Just bring this over here, start this, grab this, stand here, wait a few seconds, head over here, wait a few seconds, go back, and start the playback, grab this, put that there, head up here, grab that, right. Now the problem is this is shaped so that you will fall down there if you land on it at the wrong point, so we have to do a running jump, and I failed it. See, this is the problem. This bit is very doable, but it can get tedious. We'll get it though. What I might do is practice the jump a couple of times. Oh, I got it first time then. Never mind the fact I fell down on the way back. There we go. Now we drop that there, and then we go back for the jammer. Good, we made it over here, and then we just head over. Just a second. Let me move this box slightly further forwards. There we go. Grab that, and now we just head over here. Ah. Well, this is how I did it before. There we go. Right, we've got the jammer out. Is there any specific reason you play with the controller, or is it just preference? I have forgotten, to be honest. I I don't play with WASD, but then again this game does let you reassign everything, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't remember if there was a good reason or not. Hold on, let me check something quickly. Does it actually... Is it happy for me to change the movement keys? Or is it going to be unhappy with me? Oh, I bound that the wrong way round. But otherwise that was fine. Yeah, there, as far as I recall, there probably is no reason then. In fact, it's quite likely that when I first did the game, I may have been using keyboard and mouse. Right, how am I going to do this then? Ah, is that the angle? No. Interesting. With keyboard and mouse, you have the alternative use bind to right mouse button. It's honestly as so good a quality of life option. Yes, I've been. People have mentioned that to me. I believe in some of the more advanced puzzles, it's actually necessary. That is, in some mods. So possibly I will go back to keyboard and mouse, or possibly I'll set up a custom controller binding. There might be a good reason I started using controller, or there might not be. I don't remember. Possibly it was as simple as I reinstalled the game at some point, and because keyboard wasn't set up, I figured, oh well, I'll just use controller instead, since I have my controller right there. Hold on. I'm doing this a very foolish way. I just need to find some high ground. There we go. Right. Ooh. I mean, I suppose it makes sense. I was thinking earlier this little building doesn't seem big enough to have a whole puzzle in it. But somehow I didn't quite anticipate that. I thought it would... The Hall of Death, okay? Sorry, Hall of Death. Somehow I imagined it would be a teleporter or something. I imagined wrong. Ooh, there's our last gold star. Wait, is the floor slippery? I don't think so. No, it doesn't seem to be. At least it's not causing my character to have any movement problems. When is that thing going to notice me? Then. Ow. I'm wondering, can I use a recorder to make additional hovering bombs or something? But if I could, then when I end playback, wouldn't the turret just come back to life? That said, I thought enemies were usually immune to recordings. Well, let's do a bit of experimenting, shall we? Oh, okay. Nope, there is absolutely another hovering bomb there. I didn't know you could do that. That might be a problem. Okay, I presumably have to use the recorder to get past this next part. Ah, is that where I'm trying to get to? Alright. I am worried about that one remaining turret. Ah, there's the source. And that'll turn the... Excuse me? Oh. That's interesting. Even before the force field comes back up, I've hit an invisible wall. It's as though the game knows I'm not supposed to be able to go through here because it's the pressure plate that's keeping the force field down, and it has special code to put up an invisible wall or something. Yeah, I think the connector must have not been on the quite square on the button properly. Right. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I didn't get far enough away. Wait, I just had a thought. Whoa. Okay, never mind. Nope, that works, that works. Oh, I can just end the playback, can't I? What I didn't want was my past self to let the final bomb go. I do wonder if that's normal that enemies get duplicated like that, or if that's or if this is some sort of special recorder, or more likely some sort of special flag has been set on that particular hovering bomb. Right, let's consider how we're going to do this part. Because I'm assuming that turret's going to turn on the moment I connect up the source and the destination point there. I suppose I'm also concerned that if I try to send the hovering bomb through here, it's probably just going to hit the connectors and then turn back. Okay, there's some options here, or at least some possibilities we should explore. First of all, let's move this connector. And make sure we're on this side this time. Is that working? Yes. Okay, good. I possibly couldn't have a connector that's both on here and connected up there. I mean, as a player, I can just about get the angle, but I'm not confident I'd be able to get a connector in that position and still have it properly register as being on top of the pressure plate. But that could be told to connect up to that. And my past self could stand on there, and then my future self could just grab a copy of that and connect that up and run to the computer. That would leave the one remaining problem being the turret. So, with that in mind, let's find out what the turret does when it goes round the corner. That's what I was afraid it would do. Right, what happens if I end the recording? I swear that's not normal behaviour. That's convenient, but not normal behaviour. I really don't know how I'm going to do this, because I need both the... Well, let's focus on the base puzzle first. That seems like the sensible thing to do. And then we can worry about the star afterwards. Because by the time I get to the computer terminal, the situation may change. Right, I need to connect that to that, and then I need to hope I can dash behind that turret before it's too late. Oh, did I do that wrong? I did that very wrong. Never mind. Oh, I see. Oh well, at least I know it will take a moment to charge. Wait, is that not allowed? I'm running out of time here. Alright, that didn't work. There we go. And one more, isn't there? There we go. So how are we going to do this last bit? I suppose, strictly speaking, I don't want to use the past hovering bomb in this instance. I want to use the future hovering bomb. Because I don't want there to be a hovering bomb in that little corridor there after that's been taken care of. Will the future hovering bomb collide with past objects? Probably not. Right, in which case I think I know the solution. first things first, we're going to need that connector. To be clear, if it will collide with past objects, then I have no idea what to do. Right, put that there. Next, we start recording again. And then I stand here. And let's build up a nice big time buffer for lots of mistakes. Or to allow for lots of mistakes. That should do. Now we go back. Ah, I've just thought of a complicating factor here. No, that's not going to work. And the reason that's not going to work is because not only yes, the reason that won't work is because I don't think a hovering bomb will go for a deactivated turret. I think the turret needs to be active. So what I was thinking we were going to do is I was going to start playback. I grab this connector, just move it out the way somewhere, and then there's going to be a past me standing on here, a past connector standing on there, so both force fields go down. I open up the I lower the force field here, letting the hovering bomb through, and it goes straight through to the turret. Well, that would be a great idea if it weren't for the fact that, as I say, I think the turret would need to be active. That makes things very difficult. That does make things very difficult. I might be able to do it if I can actually both have the connector connected up to the blue and also be registered as being on that pressure plate at the same time. I've got a feeling that has been specifically placed to avoid that possibility, though. Yeah, that's not going to happen, is it? No. Well, that makes life difficult. That makes life very difficult. See, the issue is, I can't have any... I think I see how I do it. I think I do essentially what I was going to do previously, but with two differences. This needs to be connected up there. And secondly, when the hovering bomb has gone through here, I need to follow behind it without getting exploded and connect the connector up to there. Probably trying to place a connector as soon as the hovering bomb is right underneath the turret. Otherwise the turret will take me out. Okay, well, we have a plan. I don't know if it's a good one or not, but we have a plan. So build up a nice big time buffer. There we go. Pick that up. So I can actually... Yeah, I can actually have it fairly well situated to begin with. What I mustn't do is actually connect it up. There we go. Can I have it the same but over here? Yes, okay. Alright, let's go. So I need to follow behind that hovering bomb, but not so close that I get exploded. Okay, that's bad news. How do I do this then? Hold on, I'm gonna need to grab that before the time runs out. I can see theoretically I could time things so precisely that, say, a past version of me is standing on here and then they move out the way when the hovering bomb was about to go past and then they move back in time for the shield to go down, but that seems a bit fanciful. I mean, it might be technically doable, but it would be so tedious. I wonder how I'd do it then. These pressure plates have to be held down. That's not negotiable. But they're also having anything on them is also going to send the hovering bomb back. How do I resolve those two things before we even think about connecting up the blue? Or am I thinking about this the wrong way? Is that not the intention at all? Thing is, I tried getting past the... tried getting past the turret and that went terribly. It seemed like it could see behind it. Quite the conundrum. That really is all I have access to, isn't it? Just a recorder and a... Oh, I can't even go back out. Never mind. Does seem to be just a recorder and a connector. Maybe this has been designed this way specifically so that I can't send the hovering bomb down that hallway. Okay, maybe I should try my original idea once more. Seeing if I can do a better job this time. Alright, hopefully that'll do. Ah! I think I may have seen the technique there. I'm not 100% sure. There we go. In fact, that was probably excessive. Grab that. Wait, I should have connected that up. There we go. I think the technique is that I body block the beam getting to the destination point as I place the connector and as I walk towards there. And then I just have to hope that that turret can actually pivot, even though it seems like it can. I mean, turn around beyond 90 degrees. Oh, nearly. Right, now very carefully we walk towards here and hope for the best. Aha! That did work. Stroke export files. Yes, begin download. Showed one file, eternity.txt. The distinctive philosophically interesting concept of eternity arose... Let me try again. The distinctive philosophically interesting concept of eternity arose very early in the history of philosophy as the concept of a mode of existence that was not only beginningless and endless, but also essentially different from time. It was introduced into early Greek philosophy as a mode of existence required for fundamental reality contrasted with ordinary appearance. And then we have quite a moderately long section of ASCII to transliterate. So, let's do that. Oh, I just noticed another character that's beyond lower ASCII. So that won't be rendered correctly. Where was I? There I was. Where was I? Seven 706879. I see. Oh, it's so easy to lose your place when you're doing this with larger bits of hexadecimal. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if I've accidentally gone back on myself and repeated a line or something like that. Six, 5. We're about halfway through, if you're wondering. Uh, 6D, 6E, 69, 7, 3, 6, 3, 6, 9, 6, 5, 6E, 6, 3. Nearly there. Last line. The concept of... I think that's the bit that didn't render properly. The concept of something, Godas? Again, I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. Eternality is relevant to several issues in philosophy of religion, including the apparent irreconcilability of divine omniscience with divine immutability and with human freedom. Oh, that's probably supposed to be... Could that be... I was wondering if that could have meant... That was possibly meant to be one of the fancy apostrophes in Unicode, but I doubt it now I think about it, because I would have expected if... Because a Unicode character that is above lower ASCII is going to take at least 2 bytes, isn't it? So you'd have expected 2 erroneous characters there. Right, the concept of... It's probably God's eternality, but I could be wrong. Is relevant to several issues in philosophy of religion. Including the apparent irreconcilability of divine omniscience with divine immutability and with human freedom. There we go. Right. Back to the game proper. Right, there's a gold star we want. Actually, how do I get out of here? I don't, do I? Suboptimal. Okay. Reset it is. Bit of a shame, but that's the way it is. Right, we're going to do it slightly differently this time. We're just going to let the... Hold on. We're going to let the actual hovering bomb out this time. So that there's no more hovering bomb in there. Next, we need to make a recording of ourselves standing here to get at that connector again. Wonderful. That should do the trick. finally, we're going to have to think about how we're actually going to get this all connected up. I get the feeling this is going to be not as straightforward as you'd want. The problem's going to be these two force fields, because I need the connector further in than... One of the connectors needs to be further in than will permit it to also be registered as being on this pressure plate, and the other one needs to be further this way than will allow it to be registered as being on this pressure plate. Now, there are two versions of the player, the past and future version, but how do I get through here if both versions of the player are standing on pressure plates? It's a problem. I don't know how I'm going to deal with that, to be honest. I take it this doesn't toggle the other force field? No, that would be silly. That would be very easy to get round with a recorder. I think it's quite obvious there's not going to be a position where I can use just one connector to connect this up. I'm going to need both connectors, and they can't both be on the pressure plates. How? Actually, maybe that's what I needed the hovering bomb for. If I'd trapped the hovering bomb in there, then the hovering bomb would have kept that down. How would I have achieved that though? Because we had the old problem with the hovering bomb bumping into past objects. That is a really good question. Yes, it's exactly as I feared. The other problem is with a hovering bomb here, it would make it... No version of the player could get close enough to hold down the other pressure plate. Maybe the other hovering bomb would do that one? And past player would do that one. That's possible, isn't it? That's possible. Let's reset. Oh, I did that too soon, didn't I? Oops, and I let the actual hovering bomb out. Okay, reset. That was a little embarrassing. Right, that did the trick. Now, what is this bit going to look like? Well, first things first, I'm going to need that connector. So let's acquire it. Right, connector required. Next, that needs to be connected up in a position where it won't get in the way. That's not going to be optimal, is it? No, I don't think it is. Hold on. I'll just put that there for now. I don't think I need to do this second bit, but I may as well. There we go. Right. This needs to be connected up here. But I also need to be able to acquire it. Wait, how is this going to work? How am I going to grab it? I need to be able to grab it. I need to be able to grab it when? During... That's not going to work. I take it I can't get an angle on the source from here, can I? No. This is going to be challenging. So what the situation I'm trying to set up is the hovering bomb goes over this, and there's a past me there. And the past me is holding that down, thus allowing the blue to get all the way through. The problem is, past me's not going to be able to get there, are they? I'm just not convinced the hovering bomb can ever get past this point if they collide with both objects that are there now and in the past. It feels like this is as far as the hovering bomb will ever reach. And I can't have this connector over here in the past, because I'd have then no way to get to it in the future. Actually, I suppose that's not quite true. I could have my past self stand on here for just a little while, long enough for my future self to grab the connector. That might work. But that wouldn't change the fact that my past self would have no way to get here. Because this force field would be up. So here's the thing, I put this here, I start recording, I stand here. Right, well during playback I can't then move the past copy of the connector anywhere else, so I can't put it where it needs to be to connect up the blue. So the past connector has to be somewhere like this or over there to connect up to the source. But then this is as close as my past self can get to that pressure plate, which isn't good enough. It would be nice to get the hovering bomb trapped in there, to be honest. I just don't think it can be done. I suppose I could try it with the past self only just touching the pressure plate. See what happens. I'm not confident this will work though. It's just the only thing I can think to try. That did work. Oh, I wasn't fast enough. That's a shame. Then I think we've got our solution. Yes, that'll work. The only catch is that before I release the hovering bomb, my future self will have to set up the connector. This would be a lot easier if I could time it. I reckon we've got enough of a window there. Alright. Let's do a little timing exercise. How long for it to get that far? I know that isn't quite the whole way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it'd probably take 10 or 11 to get as far as we want it to. Alright, we can work with that. Oh, but if I do it this way, if I actually trap it in there, then this needs to be... This needs to be on the inside to begin with, which we can arrange. Let's do that. I don't like the timing solution because it I think it's probably just going to end up being a bit tedious, but... Oh, that would probably be connected there if it weren't for the shield. The force field, I should say. Right. So I know it's going to take about 11 seconds to get where I want it to be once I've released it. The hovering bomb, I mean. So how does this work? I start recording. I travel over here. I guess I go from that noise, since I should be able to hear that on the other side of the map. Okay. But my future self is going to have to grab the other version of that connector and connect it up. So it won't be the first time I hear that noise, but the second time. Okay. So stand on here. Give my future self plenty of time to set up. Then to make things easy for my future self, I'll even go back here, so it's clear I'm back. Then I'll go over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's hope that'll have worked. And then I need to give myself plenty of time to actually collect the star. Oh, but if I was just counting slightly too quickly or slightly too slowly the first time, or any other number of discrepancies that could have happened, then this won't work. Thank you, me. Right. In principle, that should work. I didn't hear the force field go down. That's what I was waiting for. Alright, that's not going to work. Never mind. We'll set this up again and we'll have another go. Wait. Oh. Huh. Right, that looks adequate. Right, we head back over here. And we just wait here for a few seconds for our future selves to set up the future connector. We head back. Right, so I'm going to jump and then I'm going to count how long it takes me to get there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, wish me luck. Right, we go when my 3 seconds after my past self jumps. One, 2, 3. Oh. What? Oh, now you travel through my past self. Perhaps it was only the past connector it crossed, but not my past self. I think we can still do it, though. I think this is just going to connect up in a second. Nope. Huh. Okay, that changes things. So it will rebound off a past connector, but not off a past me. Problem is, it wouldn't stay in place long enough to actually... allow the timer to run its course and the blue destination point to switch to the on position. We also have the problem that I can't trap it with a connector because I need both connectors. This is difficult. I mean, strictly speaking, I could place the connectors more centrally, so that it tends to keep going back and forth across these points. But as soon as the force field is lost, the countdown's going to stop, so that won't work. Oh, I can leave now. What does that do? I don't know. I'm not going to be able to get it to stay completely still, am I? That's what I would need for this to work. But on the other hand, how could I do this without using the hovering bomb? There's two pressure plates, and both connectors need to be in a different position than on the pressure plates, I mean. Right, yeah, that's just not close enough. If it was gliding here, going back here, gliding here, going back there, that just wouldn't work. Goodness me. It feels like it shouldn't be this difficult. I know in principle if I could trap it in the central bit it would stay there. But it would only stay there until someone or something stood on here. Well, I suppose if it was something it would collide with, then it wouldn't get far. But the trouble is that means this force field has to stay up, and then I can't get the blue out. So that's not much good. There's not like a hole through here or anything, is there? Don't think so. It is a star. You are allowed to use external components, aren't you? Is this recorder compatible with this puzzle? No. No, I don't think I'd be able to get the blue down here. Not with only 2 connectors. I could get the blue this far, but I'd never be able to see it from down here from there. Then again, I could have 1 connector here, couldn't I? I reckon that's the way to do this. In which case I didn't need that hovering bomb. Wait, what am I doing? That's not right. Sorry. Alright, let's try that again. Because of course, it's well established that with stars... Oh, I did it again. I forgot to reset this. Hold on, hold on. Right, let's do it right this time. What was I thinking? It's well established that with the gold stars, it's often required to use objects in other areas or even use multiple puzzles. I mean, that's in the base game. I reckon trying to solve it from just using the components in that puzzle was the mistake. Yes, that makes sense. So that goes here, just about. And then we'll need another one that can see that and see the other one. Ah, maybe this isn't going to work as well as I'd hoped. It's not, is it? That's a shame. I don't think I can do any better than that though. I wonder. Can I get the blue straight from the source going through this window? Nah, that's not gonna happen. That's about the best I could do. Maybe that's not the way then. I could just smuggle another connector in there. Pretty sure I could. Did this one have connectors? This one did not have connectors. Maybe I can't then. No, probably not. Oh yeah, it's jammed, that's fine. Yeah, it wouldn't be trivial to get anything out of here. Maybe that's not the intended solution then. Yeah, I'm reasonably satisfied this won't work now. I never did figure out what this does. Maybe that would have done the force field here before I completed this puzzle. So I would have always had a way out. I can't even get the blue this far, can I? Nah. I just can't help but think that it must involve using the hovering bomb somehow. I just cannot think of the proper way to utilize it. How about we trap it, and then after it's trapped, we see how things look and see if anything useful becomes apparent. Oh no. That didn't go well. Right, over it goes again. Right. Even that wouldn't work. Yeah, even that wouldn't work because it wouldn't keep the force field down long enough for the blue to charge. I'm going to struggle to get it out there safely. In fact, I don't think I am going to be able to. Maybe the hovering bomb isn't used. The thing is, both force fields would have to be down at the exact same time for the blue to be able to get through. We know that there's no angle where we can have one of the connectors on a pressure plate and also have it be able to see one of its targets. So therefore, therefore, it's not the connectors that are going on the pressure plates. But there's only one player. Short of smuggling a connector into here, oh, I wonder, could I have Just out of curiosity, just for curiosity's sake, could I have jammed the force field from here? Not very easily, it doesn't look like. Oh, I've created a problem for myself. Right, this is the only other puzzle in this area with connectors that I remember. Oh no, there was one more, wasn't there? The Royal Guards puzzle had connectors. Although come to think of it, that might be even harder to get connectors out of. Yeah, because look at the size of the walls. That looks promising. Oh, maybe not. No, I feel like if I was supposed to get a connector out of here, it'd be easier. Unfortunately, I may have to stop very soon. It's extremely late. I had hoped to finish Outfall today so that I don't have the problem of next stream having a very short end of one. one mod and then beginning another. Let's reset. Out of curiosity, where is the final? There it is. That's not helpful at all. I mean, I'd be surprised if it were to be helpful, but it was worth checking. There's definitely not something in the fire room, is there? I feel like I've checked that already. But that was a while ago. Oh, I can just go through here now, can't I? Nope. Any ideas, chat? No. I take it this one is also stopped here. Yes, it works both ways, as you'd expect. I guess I'll have another look at whether I can get a connector out. That's the only thing I can think. Or if there's a connector hidden somewhere. Hmm. That's promising. This is a bit silly, but the gargoyle's staring out to sea. I take there's not an invisible path here. I get the impression there's not. Nope. Maybe I will just have to call it there. And try again when I'm more awake. There was nothing up this way that was helpful, was there? I remember there was the hammer somewhere. Can I take this into places? No. Yeah, it's a shame, but I'm just gonna have to call it there. It's so late. So, thank you everyone for coming. I hope you enjoyed it. We've got someone new to thank. So thank you for the follow, Jesper Nave. I'll be streaming again on Friday from 4 o'clock British summertime. It'll be more of the same. Hopefully we'll have Outlast finished up by then. And possibly moving on to Sanctuary. I'll also be streaming on Saturday and next Monday. If that should change, I'll announce it on our Discord server, and on Twitter. So once again, thank you for coming, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.